This week, Shailesh Athalye, Senior Vice President of Product Management at Qualys, joins us to discuss why cybersecurity is an unfair game. Then, in the security news, we jump right in. Stop hiding your secrets in plain sight, detecting wildcard DNS abuse, $5 setup that hacks biometric fingerprints, managing passwords with pen and paper, Windows 10 0 days, and why The Matrix might be the best hacker movie. Finally, we close out the show with a special pre-recorded interview, tech segment rather, with Sven Morgenroth, a security researcher at Netsparker, where we discuss authentication and authorization vulnerabilities. All that and more on this episode of Paul's Security Weekly.
This is Security Weekly, for security professionals, by security professionals. Broadcasting live from G-Unit Studios in Rhode Island, it's the show where exploits run wild, packets aren't the only things getting sniffed, and the cocktails flow steady. It's Paul's Security Weekly. Keeping up with security issues across thousands of web assets without the right approach to web application security is a daunting task. Get ahead with web vulnerability scanning automation from Netsparker, a leader in dynamic and interactive application security testing known for its ease of use and accurate results. Detect a wide range of vulnerabilities in all legacy and modern web applications, address security bugs at scale by automating the confirmation process, automatically prioritize vulnerabilities, and assign actionable tickets to the right developers in their native workflows for rapid remediation. For more information on how to scale application security with ease, visit securityweekly.com/Netsparker.
Welcome back to Winnipeg Public Access Television. I'm the Reverend Doug, and this is the Church of Programming. Tonight we'll be talking about Paquette, Chapter 8, Verse 5. Sister Edna will be performing Gotterdammerung Hell Rain on the Mighty Wurlitzer, and the Reverend Paul will be talking about his devotional study, How to Make Your Data Division Sexy as Hell. Reverend Paul, take it away.
Welcome, everyone, to Paul's Security Weekly. It's episode number 720, recorded on December 1st, 2021, right here in the Church of G-Unit Studios in Rhode Island. To my left is Dr. Doug White with some light reading for everyone.
Just for fun. It's Paquette structured programming.
Structured COBOL.
COBOL.
Is that like opposed to unstructured COBOL?
I think all COBOL was unstructured in some ways. But
or it was all structured. I don't know that.
No, they had object COBOL. Oh yeah. You want to go there? That's a place to go.
I
right
never
there.
want to go.
I mean,
there.
there's people still in asylums from that. I mean, just the fact that the book came out, people are running for the exits.
Hence the popularity of the structured COBOL book.
That's right. The classic Paquette structured programming in COBOL.
The funny part is it's probably still completely 100% relevant.
I guarantee you could write this code and it would run on punch cards if you had a reader.
It's
good old
amazing,
COBOL.
actually.
Never changes.
On the lines remotely, Mr. Jeff Mann is here with us.
Hello, hello, hello.
What's going on, Jeff? Nice to have you on the show this evening. Mr. Tyler Robinson is here with us.
Wow, Jeff, and he didn't have any reminiscing about COBOL or Pascal or any of the things going.
We had our own operating system at NSA. Most people don't know that.
Oh.
We can't talk about it.
Was it called
and our
NSA?
own programming language.
Can you tell us
we
about
can
it,
talk
Jeff?
about it.
You can? It's not classified? Usually your answer to that is classified.
It's not classified anymore, no.
Or if you just don't feel like talking about something, you're just like, it's classified.
It's just completely redacted.
Yeah. Where is Mr.
And
Josh
folklore.
Marpet? Is Josh Marpet here with us?
You asked
right
and I
here.
was trying to tell you.
I can't see
There
him.
he is. He's down there in the corner.
No, I can't see him on my screens. Hey, Josh. Nice to
Hi.
have you.
So, Dr. Doug, that book has an incredibly useful use in its sort of afterlife now. If you carry that around, everybody knows you're a power bottom.
Uh-huh. That's why I keep it with me at all times. I have it in my car. Just in case I get pulled over by the police. I found
They
that
feel bad for you and they
I
let
tell
you
them,
go.
Look, could we just talk about, could you take 5 minutes for me to explain some pieces of COBOL to you? And yeah, it also works on Jehovah's Witnesses.
I was going to say, he used to carry around Jehovah's Witnesses magazines, but he found the COBOL book was much, much more powerful.
I literally said that to them once. They came up to my house. I was out in the yard, and the guy came up and he was like, "Will we take 5 minutes to talk to you about this?" And I was like, "If you'll let me take 5 minutes to talk to you about C programming." And he said, "Okay, deal." So I was like, "Oh wait, I don't have anything prepared."
Oh God, that's hilarious. Let's see. On to announcements. In an overabundance of caution, we have decided to flip this year's Security Weekly Unlocked to a virtual format. Safety of our listeners and host is our number one priority. We will miss seeing all of you in person, but hope you can join us at Security Weekly Unlocked Virtual. The event will now take place Thursday, December 16th from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. You can still register for free at securityweekly.com/unlocked, and we hope to be live and in person next year in 2022. Stay tuned for more about next year's Unlocked conference. With that, this segment is sponsored by Qualys. You can visit securityweekly.com/Qualys. Joining us for this segment, Shailesh Athalye is the Senior Vice President of Product Management at Qualys. Shailesh holds a master's degree in computer applications and joins us today to discuss what attackers did differently in 2021, why they're exceeding more often, and what lies ahead. Shailesh, welcome to Paul Security Weekly.
Hey, thanks, guys. It's a pleasure to be on this show, and would love to get the copy of that book just to put that as our virtual background, maybe.
Right. The covers are like really. I said that to Doug Shailesh that the computer books from back in the day all had like a similar kind of look and feel and color scheme and palette and stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you put that next to the coffee cups from the 1990s, you've got about roughly the same thing.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
But if you want to be a full power nerd, you have to have your name stamped on the end of it. And there you go. It's like that's the only way to achieve that kind of greatness.
Shailesh, how did you get your start in information security?
That's interesting. So fortunately, unfortunately, that was my first job, because when I had applied for a job just as a developer, they said like not a good enough C++ developer. But hey, what you could do is you could review the code for security. So that's how my work in IT or security started 20 years back. Then I moved to the spam control. Somehow I was given a job of finding out false positive in spam control. It took quite a lot of weekends out of that.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
How did you still make him cringe? Bayesian filtering.
And so, how long have you been at Qualys? How did you come to work at Qualys?
So my journey at Qualys started 10 years back, I would say. Qualys, was known as the leader in vulnerability management space then and now. But the idea was that we could expand the platform to start configuration and compliance line of products that time. So they brought me in as a part of that, to build the compliance line of products. Mm-hmm. That's how my journey in Qualys started, 10 years back.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's still looking at a lot of code like you got your start in.
Some things here and there, part of that, we build interesting, cool stuff on our way. Yeah.
And now in your role, and just knowing you for the short time I have, I do get that you spend a lot of time with customers, which I feel is very important, right? I feel like it's a great thing for Qualys and Qualys' customers to have product management spending time with customers. That's important. What are you hearing from your customers, Shailesh, that is like their number one problem? Like as you went through this year, probably virtually, meeting with all your customers, right? What was, can you pick out themes of what their challenges are today?
So I mean, I can start off and summarize, right? Like over a period of time when we are talking to customers, there's this part of, hey guys, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Properly still?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So there's this part of what customers been thinking. Is that something what we are doing wrong, that though we are continuously adding security tools, we are working all our weekdays and weekends and at least like 12 hours a day, and we are still getting breached or attacked? Is that something what we are doing wrong, right? Like, or is that something what we need to do, what we are not doing? So the first part is they just wanted to understand, like, hey, is what is it that we can do to improve? And then the second part is when we step back, and we think about it as a security team, where we are putting in our time, right? Like out of these 12 hours, all days we are working out of the week. And the amount of time we realize we are putting in is in like, hey, how do we find out all of our assets? How do we group them together? How can I feed them to my security tools? How can I fix the security scan jobs and security agents and then get that data and then feed it to my ticketing? And then once the ticket has a close, then how can I feed it back to my tools to get the closure on those issues? And guess what? Like, how many of those are security related things? Probably zero. So they were asking like, hey, how can we concentrate on the core security aspect? That means what do we need to really automate? So these two things, what we've been hearing from customers. And one of my answers to that was like, guys, it's not like you're doing something incorrect, right? Like if you, and I want to take the comparison. If you guys have seen Squid Game, any Squid Game fan over here?
I started watching
yeah.
it, so don't spoil it for me.
So it's the same story, right? Like where all the contestants come in and they have to play this unfair game. And same like that, we've been telling customers it's not necessarily you're doing wrong, but what you're doing is you're always playing an away match. You're always playing an unfair game because you have to play the game what attackers are starting, right? Like if they are doing the phishing campaign on you, you have to strengthen your user security. If they are going and attacking your open RDP, you have to harden your RDP. The second part of that is you have to continuously keep on showing the proof, right? Like to your other guys that you're doing a good job. Attackers don't have to do that. Like they don't have to show any proof that they're doing a good job or a particular machine they're hacking. One machine is good enough. But on the defender side, they have to secure all the machines, which is sort of unfair.
It's interesting that your customers are one, and I'm sure this is a common theme. Like, am I doing enough? And that's a slippery slope because sometimes they'll ask, "What can I do that's the bare minimum?" But you also don't want to overcommit on the wrong things. How do you guide your customers to educate them on like where they're focusing their resources? Is that the right place? And are they doing enough for security to mitigate enough of the bad things happening?
Yeah, really interesting, Paul. So one part of what we keep on hearing is the same what you mentioned. Like how do I make sure like I'm doing enough? And that enough part, many a times as a passionate security person, however cliche it might sound, but we got to just go by the business, right? Like finally we are in this game because we want to secure the business. And that business prospect or the business context will tell us if we are doing is okay or good enough. If all of my apps, which are my business centric, business critical apps, and those are maybe just 10% of my critical assets, if I'm securing them, then it's good enough for me.
Does that take into accountability? Does that take into accountability any of the misconfigurations that are often abused? I mean, one of the key focuses you guys have is the vulnerability side of this and remediating those. But often we're seeing many of the attack vectors, or even once they're in, the movements that cause the biggest damage are the ones that are done through misconfigurations. Are there ways that we can start to look at and address those kind of fundamental problems with the misconfiguration side of this?
I mean, interesting point, Tyler. And to be honest, since a couple of years at least, we are seeing there's a lot of concentration on strengthening the hardenings of the system beyond just vulnerabilities, right? Because a lot of the times customers been looking at only the vulnerability management, they realize that, hey, many of these attacks are happening through open RDPs, right? Like, and then fixing some of the times the vulnerabilities and taking the downtime is probably not possible. So though I have then, let's say, remote vulnerability, RDP vulnerability, I can't really patch it. Then what do I do? And that's where a lot of customers are saying that they want to turn to reducing the risk still. And that means I want to harden my system. I want to make sure that though I cannot patch the RDP vulnerability, I want to harden it so that only the right users have access to it. And same on the other misconfigurations, right? Like misconfiguration could be like, hey, I don't want to use maybe a password which is 12345, right? Like, or I want to make sure like whatever is my sensitive data, at least the permission on those is secure or hardened. So we are definitely seeing that the customers are moving or giving the equal importance to security hardening as much as they are giving importance to vulnerability management, especially since 1.5 years.
Does the security hardening negatively impact the severity of vulnerabilities found? That's kind of where I hear your customers kind of getting at, that I got so many vulnerabilities, and yeah, they're ranked in criticality, but if I harden my systems, I can kind of mitigate some of the, number-based risk that is these vulnerabilities are being scored on.
Oh, definitely. And that's where you're seeing not just the customers, but even the tools, right? Like which were traditional vulnerability risk management tools are trying to take that context of misconfigurations, right? Like if vulnerability cannot be fixed, how can I reduce the risk? And for that, what are the related controls I need to do? If you look at the CIS benchmarks or the CI, where CIS community is going is exactly the same. How can I cross-map the CIS controls to MITRE? How can I cross-map the CIS controls to vulnerabilities for reducing the risk?
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't like to pick on organizations because they get their work cut out to mitigate vulnerabilities. However, when it comes to configuration, I think you make the attacker's job harder, right? And if you can't fix all the vulnerabilities, no one can fix every single vulnerability. And then the elephant in the room there is, what about a zero-day vulnerability and associated exploits with it? So we need to harden and make the attacker's job harder. And sometimes that may feel like you're not really having an impact. In other words, I'm fixing all of the open redirects and putting in a process to make sure there's no open redirects. And that may seem like a low-severity vulnerability and a low-severity misconfiguration. However, if it enables like a really successful phishing attack, that can be really bad. Now I've just made the attacker's job harder.
Oh, spot on. Definitely.
I mean, that's all you can really do, right? I mean, I one time as a police officer told me, he said, you can't stop people from stealing cars.
Right.
I don't care what you do, they're going to get stolen. If the car is valuable, somebody will figure out a way. So you have to make that car less attractive to the person that's stealing it, so they'll go on down the street and go after somebody else. I mean, that's really about where you are with security, because you're never going to completely harden anything. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
That's not true. That's not true, Doug. Come on, man. Jeez, it's so easy to harden something totally and completely and make it 100% secure.
Yeah.
What did we say? I think we worked it out together. You turn it off, you put it through a shredder, you drop it down a mine shaft, and you pour about 10 tons of concrete on it. It's fine.
Then this is what you need.
But it balances that usability and also operational functionality take precedence to your example, Josh. Yes, I could do that, but then I really can't use my car.
Right,
and I can't patch all of my systems because it could break other things and disrupt operations. So much of it, I think, Shailesh, what you do with your customers, right, is balancing that security risk with the operational risk.
Absolutely. And one of the, that's really interesting point. And one of the parts which is becoming important is all the objectives, what we have on the security side is to reduce the security risk, right? But the ops people, they're saying that, hey, I need to make sure, like, if my executive wants to drive the car, that car is drivable, right? And all the machines which you're asking me to patch or harden, if that has my important database running, or if that is my executive laptop, I cannot have that going down, right? Simple as that.
Yep.
So the part which is becoming interesting is how do we provide some sort of collaboration indicator, right? Like, could we tell that, hey, this vulnerability is bad, but the patch what you are having against it has good reliability score. And that will probably make some friends in IT team. That has some indicators that a lot of our customers have told. Since the time I have provided them the patch reliability score, they started to ask me out for beer. They're starting to take me out for drinks. As a security team, that's a big thing.
Yeah, usually it's the other way around. We're trying to take out the ops people for drinks, so they apply some security to their systems, right?
How far out are we from getting a more automated and reliable vulnerability management system so that we can reduce the resources that are necessary to manage vulnerabilities? We're running into the problem where vulnerabilities need to be patched very quickly. That does need to be done automatically, and we need to stop putting all of the reliance on or resources into the people side of this so that they can focus on the misconfigurations, the hardening, all the things that get put to the back burner because there's some CVE out there. Hackers aren't using CVEs. They may abuse them once in a while, but we're abusing the misconfigurations and leveraging those, which are things that get put to the back burner because there's not enough resources or budget. So the automation of the vulnerability management side of this, I think, is obviously the golden ticket, but how far off are we from that?
I made really interesting point, Tyler, and we are seeing that a lot of companies are open to leveraging. We hear quite a lot, right? Like SOAR capability, right? Like the workflow engine capability. They're all leveraging these capabilities on the EDR side. We are doing automation on those fronts. And that's something a lot of customers are asking, like, hey, how can we automate or make workflows created for identifying assets, identifying vulnerabilities, creating tickets, patching them, and closing them? If my SOAR can take some sort of intelligent decision, if this is a malicious event, and let me just fire some sort of a rule in firewall and close the connection, why can't that workflow be leveraged for the vulnerability management? I think it is time. We are hearing a number of customers asking this, especially for the cloud assets, because the number one reason where a lot of time of vulnerability and patching and configuration hardening for customer is going is finding out even those assets, right? Like if the workflow engine is leveraged there, then I think probably 75% of time they're saying, which will go towards actual security outcomes and their analysis instead of defining what to find and what to assess.
But I do think attackers pay attention to vulnerabilities, but I think the tricky part for defensive teams is how do I differentiate something that I got to patch versus something I can mitigate and or detect later? That's the big decision. Can I overcome it with configuration and or detection and or prevention? Or like, is the easier path, I just need to go apply this patch and deal with whatever pain is associated with applying that patch? And how do I make that decision?
I think probably the answer is even a step before that, right? So it's maybe, let me just give an example. Like today, the security and the IT teams, how they're managing their asset is in some sort of spreadsheet in tabular form of rows and columns, right? And attackers are not managing their asset discovery using some tables and rows and columns. What they're doing is finding out like, hey, what is this company.com? Let me find out what are all the organizations and subsidiaries of this. Let me find out from DNS registrar or doing who is all the machines, all the other domains, and then let me fingerprint them and get that context, right, of what is the vulnerability on these discovered asset. Unfortunately, on the defender side, that's not what we are doing, right? Like our asset management for vulnerability management is still driven by the IT team's objective. It is still tabular. It is still without the context. So that's one part a lot of customers are trying to do is, hey, how do I find out my assets with context? Exactly the same manner my attackers are finding out those assets. And then let me do some sort of fingerprinting and find out vulnerabilities. Those let me patch first. And the remaining ones, maybe I can, mitigate the risk by doing configuration hardening.
Yeah, Shailesh, I agree. And I think that for me, it's not about looking at maybe patching the systems where my sensitive data lives. It's about, if I'm going to apply a patch, what paths lead to that? What paths lead to the attacker's goal of either encrypting my data, stealing my data, or disrupting operations? What paths lead to that? And then let's start patching along that pathway. And there's multiple, and we've talked about it on the show a lot in the past, right? There's multiple factors that go into in kind of metadata points about a particular vulnerability. Is the software in use on how many systems? How used is the software? How exposed is the software and accessible is it to an attacker? Those kind of things I think are really super important in determining the priority that would trigger, okay, we need to patch this now versus 30 days versus 60 days versus 90 or maybe never.
Fantastic point. In fact, I can tell you exact example of one of the customer leverage is what is the most vulnerable software in my environment. I don't want to take maybe one software name, but let's say Firefox, right? Like they mentioned. Now, they first wanted to check like, hey, how many of my assets or my users are even using Firefox? They realize that it's less than 10%. Then at first place, why am I just even doing vulnerability assessment and like patching them, right? Let me just remove them, right? And let's just reduce that attack surface. No longer Firefox. No need to even check the vulnerabilities or patching them. Like how I can reduce the work, what I don't really need to even do. And then maybe let me check like, hey, Exchange vulnerabilities, really bad, maybe proxy logon vulnerability. Let me now first patch them, because that's an authorized software I can't remove, I need to use, and that's going to have an impact on my users.
But that also relies on good configuration management so that end users are not able to do those side loads or installing software that the IT department, is not validating or checking or updating, which in many orgs is still a major problem that is hard to combat. And so really getting that configuration and lockdown, not having special snowflake users that have, different privileges that are that 10% that are installing those things. And then also looking at the outside world of your SaaS applications that are now, everywhere on just about every platform, which you may or may not have a lot of control in. So there's a lot more moving parts, I think, than originally in the vulnerability management and kind of configuration space that we have to think about.
No doubt about it. In fact, and just to iterate and give probably some sort of meat to what you mentioned. In fact, CISA does mention, right, like the number one control for them to prevent the ransomware risk they talk about is keep a tab of machines which are not even running antivirus tools, or if they're running unauthorized software, right? So a lot of stress is now given on, I need to make sure that my hosts, my assets are only running what is needed to run and is running, in fact, some sort of an endpoint or antivirus tool, right? The same AV tool or the same endpoint security tool is not going to tell me if it is running or not on what machines. So how can I keep a tab of that through my asset management solution? That's becoming, in fact, one of their priorities.
Yeah, Shailesh, you got me thinking, like, I really like the reduce attack surface thing, because I think we have so many platforms and applications because maybe two things. One, they're easy to acquire and spin up and easier than ever before. And people just get this emotional attachment to a platform or application. Like, oh, I have Firefox. Like, let's leave security researchers and hackers out of it, right? Because we run every single browser because reasons. But if you're not in that camp, like, oh, I use Firefox for like this one thing, or I use this application for this one thing, and I've always used it for this one thing, and I can't let go. And I'm like, really? Because I bet you can. Because you can let go of that stuff. I think people are too emotionally attached to software and platforms that hinders our ability to reduce the attack surface, that I think is easier than configuring it properly, managing it properly, and patching it properly.
Can I throw something in here for just a second?
Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
Shailesh, I want to back up a step. We've been talking about vulnerabilities and patching and things like that, but something you mentioned earlier has been sort of rolling around my head. You mentioned keeping track of assets. And I think the problem is that the word asset is very much changed from what it used to be. Assets used to be, I have a computer, I have a server, I have a networking device, I've got some sort of microprocessor, whatever, factory floor, IoT, ICS SCADA. What's an asset today with containers and virtual machines and Lambda functions and...
Yeah, I mean, so can I crack a dad joke? Is that the right time?
Yes, please do. Dad jokes
are always the right time. Go for it, brother.
So what's the problem with cloud? They always drift, right? Like so, and that's actually is one of the reasons. Yeah, and that's really becoming true in the way we are managing assets today for the asset management team, because the cloud assets are either drifting or they are going up and down, and they have no idea about like what are my assets really are and which are not drifted. So that's one of the key challenge which could be solved by using some sort of a mechanism which will always group, identify, discover these assets, and not from the IT inventory perspective, right? Like for a lot of years, the security team's been relying on the IT-centric inventory modules, which talk about like, hey, what is my usage pattern? Can I reduce my cloud cost? Do you need this service? Can I use instead of this other service? What security teams need is, hey, out of all these cloud assets or hybrid assets, what I have, what's really my security context for that? Are they exposed to internet, right? Like, are they running important database? Are they even not running or running the antivirus tool? If they're running or not running unauthorized or authorized software. So that's where I think a lot of stress is from customers, is finding out the assets for their security context perspective, especially in cloud.
Shailesh,
okay, but you've
okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
But you've still got assets like, and your points are very well said, and your joke was awesome and very on point. I loved it. Thank you. That was awesome. But I'm stealing that, by the way. Totally stealing that. Mm-hmm. But you've got assets, and I know I'm sticking on this, but it's kind of important to me. I'm actually dealing with it right now on another context. We're talking about assets being applications, APIs, not just, again, the hard assets of a machine. Even the sort of hard assets of a virtual machine, you can still identify it. It's got an IP address. But things like applications and programs and partner data lakes and everything else, it's not bloody easy. And a SOAR, by the way, every SOAR system that I've looked at can't do squat about finding those things in terms of doing an asset inventory, asset discovery stuff. It's a nightmare. So I'm curious. I know that Qualys has put together. Last time I talked to one of your people, it was like 47 new modules, or some ridiculous number. And I wonder if they're doing asset discovery on these types of assets.
And that it really on the spot, right? Because and those, you talked about it before, like whether it's Lambda, whether it's S3 buckets, whether it's my other resources, right? Like RDSs and today, the only solution available for customer is like, hey, let me get just cloud resources related inventory tool. And then let me get another tool for managing or discovering or inventorying my hard assets, like you mentioned. And that's one of the things what we are trying to solve is how customers could get to use multiple sensors and bring in that telemetry of asset together on a single platform. And it's just not about showing consolidated dashboards and reports of like, hey, you have these virtual machines and these cloud assets and these S3 buckets and these IAM roles and these certificates, but actually providing them the context, right? Like that, hey, these are your 100 virtual machine, that's great. But out of those, 10 have vulnerabilities and they can connect to your S3 buckets, and these are not configured correctly, or the IAM roles are not configured correctly. And that's why these vulnerabilities can actually exploit your sensitive data in S3 bucket. So that's the type of context what we are trying to derive, what customers are asking. which is going just beyond the siloed inventory listings.
So I want to parlay on that slightly, or leverage that, because it's fascinating. When you talk cryptography, for example, normally the algorithms, as long as you're using a normal algorithm, AES-256 or whatever, they're fine. But it's the implementation of them that suck. Okay. And so what I say is, if you've got a very hardened machine, great, wonderful. But once it interfaces with the S3 bucket, if the connection is not properly configured and all the settings are done absolutely correctly, it may be that you can test the machine, you can test the bucket, great, wonderful. But when they make the connection, that's when it has a problem. And so that sort of holistic view of vulnerabilities is what's absolutely necessary.
It's interesting, Josh, just segueing off your point, like we talk about threats and vulnerabilities and risk, and some people use the word exposure. I think what we're really talking about are like the conditions that lead to a security event. And I think really where vulnerability management might be mislabeled is where it's evolved to, in that it helps me find those conditions, whether that's on my systems, whether that's on my network, whether that's in the cloud, whether that's a DNS configuration, because like where does that fit, because it typically doesn't live on my network anymore, right? These are all conditions, and it might be series of conditions that leads to a security event that I need to mitigate.
Yes.
Jeff, am I using that?
I agree and I disagree with you, Paul. I think the problem is we use all these terms, and depending on who you talk to, they're using a different term, thinking in their head that they mean the same thing or that they're synonymous. Everything that you've just described, I think the classic dictionary, NSA glossary definition is a vulnerability.
Sure.
Vulnerability is simply a weakness. I mean, we've been on, I've been arguing with Josh a little bit on the Discord and others about, defining terminology like risk and what is and what isn't a risk. And it stemmed from, I think it was you, Paul, used the term security risk. I don't think there is such a thing as a security risk. But, to get at the, why I think that has to do with defining our terminology. Vulnerabilities can be the practices or bad habits of users. It can be configurations. It can be misconfigurations. It could be the applications being used. It could be the platforms, the hardware, the software, as well as all the stuff that we usually think of in terms of vulnerabilities that the scanners find. They're all vulnerabilities. They're all weaknesses, or as you say, conditions that could lead to compromise. Then what are risks then? What are threats then? What are all the other terms that get.
I think that takes us different places. About. But what I hear you saying, Jeff, and I'll agree with you, right? We can use the term vulnerability, and that doesn't mean something that you can necessarily patch, right? Vulnerability is a weakness. And I think weakness is more of what we're talking about. Shailesh, that's where I see Qualys going, right, in their various offerings, is allowing your customers to find and prioritize those weaknesses.
Oh, no doubt about it. In fact, you'll see in average organization, the number of vulnerabilities, even if you consider the CV-based vulnerabilities, are the ones which could be exploited. Maybe only 70% could have even a patch to actually patch them. But then what about the remaining 30, right? For which you need to make some registry tweaks. You need to make some sort of changes in some config files, etc. So definitely where platform we are trying to take is the overall remediation, and patch management is a part of it. And that remediation would under the hood take care of either remediating the misconfigs, uninstalling the software which you don't really need to use, which you are terming as unauthorized, as well as actually fixing the misconfiguration and actually applying the right patches.
Can we call a spade a minute? Not to pick on Qualys, but I don't think any whatever you guys call yourselves this week, vulnerability management, what we used to call vulnerability scanning engine, nobody is going to run the best products in the world and fix all the problems that are discovered consistently and over the entire enterprise and be done. I think what you guys, and I like what you guys are doing, but I think what you guys are trying to do is really try to steer the Titanic in a different direction. And I think the challenge is getting everybody in our industry to start thinking differently about what security is fundamentally and what needs to be done. Because to me, what security is what you do after you've exhausted all of your patch management, your vulnerability scanning, vulnerability management, configuration management. After you've done everything else, then what do you do? Because there's all sorts of conditions that prevent lots of different things from happening, plus all the new stuff that's coming out all the time, plus the possibility of 0-day. Security is what's left afterward. And that's where you're left with, okay, here's the cards we're dealt with. Here's our enterprise. It is what it is. We have the systems. We have the applications that, like Firefox, and I am a Firefox user. For whatever reason, people are using applications. You're only reducing your attack surface so much. At some point, you're left with, okay, this is what we got, and security then is how do you deal with what you've got left. and it's not another iteration of all the things we're talking about. I don't believe it's something to do with monitoring and detection and responding to events and logs and looking for the unusual, looking for the anomalous events, and it's very imprecise, and it's very something just doesn't look right, something just doesn't feel like, and very few people and organizations, and by the way, I think that's necessarily a human activity. Maybe AI will get there, but someday. But to me, at the end of the day, that's what security is. I'm not saying that all this stuff isn't important, but I think all this stuff is what we've been doing for the last 25, 30 years. And I would like to think that we've all figured out that we can't just do this and think we're done. This to me, this is the limitation of automation, the limitation of the tools and the technology anyway. So just getting companies to rethink, just how they're using the tools that you have, I think is a good start.
I love what you actually mentioned, and that's something, in fact, customers are asking, and there's a reason for that, right? And the tiredness in SOC or overworking in SOC is a reality, and that's why one of the reasons why we are seeing the skill shortage, as well as a lot of people leaving the SOC, is for the things you mentioned, right? And now if you try to compare with what autopilot is used in airplanes, can we not have actual basic security things put on autopilot so that, like pilot, once the plane is in autopilot, he's looking at like the weather patterns, right? Like if I can optimize my paths, if I can actually, optimize my fuel levels, etc. Doing the same if the basic security things like finding the asset with context and vulnerability patching, if it is put on autonomous mode, then the lot of security teams will be able to put their attention on the real security challenges and making decisions based on this data.
Another question in that realm is, do you think we need to start working on that point of customer contact and scoping up the people that are interacting with the customers? Because I got asked this the other day, and the questions are getting more, delineated. It's not just, oh, my tech doesn't work, or, oh, I have this problem, but you're starting to see these kind of questions about, well, what about this, and ransomware and vulnerabilities and all these different components mean that point of contact person is going to have a lot more knowledge, which starts to sound kind of really difficult to staff, because suddenly you need a really high-end person there to decide, where do I send this, this question even, because some people are going to be asking very sophisticated questions, and other people are going to be saying, I think I got ransomwared. Did I? And I mean, this is what they were asking me, because they were getting these kind of questions, and they were very there was a real range on those kind of questions, and it was like their people weren't really trained in security, and they said their questions were now going off of I can't access my PIN. It had started being like, I think my PIN was hacked, and they were having to try to delineate, was it actually hacked, or is it just, I mean, I get that question all the time from people. I think I was hacked, and then you start asking a question or two, and you go, yeah, you weren't hacked. This is just, somebody posing as you or whatever. But I was wondering, do we need to start pressing at that front end for the customer contact point to be a broader scope so that people can bring these security questions to the right place and get them to the right channel?
I think so too. And that's where I think there's a lot of opportunity to collaborate, right? Like one security tool doesn't have to only concentrate on one particular use case, right? Like a lot of the times, the IT tooling is collaborating well for the DevOps, right? Like, the DevOps is basically the automation taken to another level so that the IT and engineering is able to deliver faster. I think it is time that we also have collaborative security tooling for the security teams. With the right question is asked, the base questions are automated and answered through a bot, and only the advanced ones require some sort of analysis and some sort of an advanced decision making.
That goes back to what we've been saying for a while, though. We're going to have the diversity, and this gap is going to continue to be a larger precipice of the much more mature companies that are doing all of these advanced security things and aspects, and having these elaborate programs, and having a secure CDIC pipeline. And then you're going to have the people that wonder, is there ransomware in here because I can't access my files? Yeah. That gap is getting to be much more. And so it becomes very hard to speak to that. And we end up with not only that gap, but we end up with a people problem. And I think the people problem is where the most impact comes from. When we can start to change culture, get companies all aligned in the same umbrella, start to have those security conversations, and start to move that needle so that even if they're not mature, the people are getting a mindset around security, which then starts to drive the maturity, which then starts to drive the leadership and the product and the community and the customer interactions. So I think there's a scale there that you have to cross in order for this to start to get to a point where it matters, right?
100% I agree. No doubt about it. It is time where, you take the noise out, like you mentioned, concentrate on the fundamentals and concentrate on the automation of those fundamentals so that the teams actually look at the strategies and make the decisions based on that.
Yeah, I think it's more about an augmented reality rather than like a fully automated AI, world kind of thing, right? Humans need to be involved right now, probably for the foreseeable future, in our lifetimes, probably our kids' lifetimes too.
War games.
Right?
The Whopper. I had another thought. Now I lost it because I went down the War Games trail.
Were you doing the general voice, Jeff? Hell, I don't know. I'd piss on a spark plug if it'd help.
You realize that we don't have enough hacker movies. When you can quote a movie from 1984 at a drop of a hat, we don't have enough hacker movies. Okay?
or I don't have a life. It could be that.
I remember what I was going to say, and I'm losing it again.
You want a Winnebago?
Stop it! Too much bourbon, too early.
With a blind man driving it.
I was simply going to add that. I lost
spandex. It's a privilege, not a right.
Some people have roomnesia.
Okay, it's back again. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. It's back. No, it's not. Oh, I remembered it. It's why I simply don't like to call any of the technology that's out there solutions. I prefer to call them tools, because it implies that they're being wielded by someone, that there is a person involved. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, interesting thought. I'm gonna steal that sometime.
Well, I think AI can get there. I do think that you can get to some point where it's useful, but I do think that right now we're not there. I maybe someday, but not right now.
To to be useful, it has to be
when it
under
gets
our
useful,
control, and
we're gonna
close the pod bay doors when I tell it to close the pod bay doors.
Right.
Is what I'm saying.
That's useful.
Right.
That's not really probably AI, but
True.
you don't want Hal making those decisions.
No.
Hey, since we're drifting, I want to completely change topics real quick.
Damn it.
Shailesh, in your background, it seems that you were involved with compliance solutions. So we have to have a PCI moment.
That's it for you then.
Were you involved back in the day in your guys', I think you just called it the PCI portal. I don't know what the official name was.
Well, my boss developed that from scratch. So Sumit Thakar, who's the CEO now, so that was his first project. So obviously that's his baby.
Wait. So somebody that was working on a PCI project is now the CEO? Is that what you said? Your whole company?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Success story.
I would say Sumit did a great job, though. I mean, the feedback that I got, having worked for a competitor at the time, was the Qualys PCI console was really good, actually.
Well, let's just say we set the bar pretty low, Paul.
That's true. At the company we worked for, yes.
So my PCI question, though, is your customer facing, and yes, Qualys was light years ahead of its competitors in not necessarily the product and the solution, but simply understanding the customer needs from a compliance perspective, and in particular PCI. And hopefully that continues on today. I could argue philosophically about whether, and I used to argue with, like a vulnerability scan. Do you need to scan all 65,000 potential ports or not? Qualys was right up front about, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to scan the common ports and the ones that most commonly associated, the top however many hundred. Whereas, others say, well, no, it says to do an exhaustive scan, you got to do all 65,000. That's a philosophical argument, I guess. But how much is compliance in general still a role for what you guys are trying to develop? How many of your customers are coming to you? I would assume saying, okay, we've got the compliance down. Now what else? What else can we do? How else can we, get beyond, the bare minimum?
Yeah, great question. So one thing I think what customers are looking at doing, and what Qualys provides is, whatever good things you're doing on the security side, right? Like whether you're doing vulnerability management, like you mentioned, PCI assessment, whether you're doing, file integrity monitoring, or you're finding out that if you have sensitive data and you're securing it, etc. All of that, if all the right things I'm doing on the security side, how can I get out-of-box reflection of that, validation of that, as a compliance report, right? I don't want to, again, because, as a security team, you think like, okay, I have no idea what this compliance guy is talking about, or all these compliance mandates, 860 pages, I don't know what they're talking about. And then on the compliance side, the problem for compliance people is, hey, all of these security people are just dumping this data to me, right? Like, and then I have to use finally spreadsheets. Because if I put that in the traditional GRC tool, that data is going to get stale now that I'm using cloud assets, and that data is not going to talk with each other. And I can't do pivots in spreadsheet, then basically I've lost my job. So how can I actually get the data which I'm doing on the security side and out of box get the report of compliance through that? And that's something what we have launched a few days back called as a live compliance, which all of the things what we provide on Qualys security app side gets automatically mapped to compliance mandates like PCI, like FedRAMP, so NIST or HIPAA, and you get out-of-box report for that so that you're ready as internal auditor, and you can provide the same report when the external auditor shows up.
Cool.
No further questions, Jeff?
No,
Your Honor.
I one PCI question per segment is good enough for me.
Wow, we've
That was a rule.
Toned it down, huh? It's awesome.
Jeff's getting mellow.
I'm mellowing.
Mellowing out in your old age. Any other questions for Shailesh?
Shailesh, good stuff. I'm really eager to see all the different modules and asset discovery and stuff that we talked about. I think that it's, I have to admit, I think Qualys has grown up a lot in the last few years, and I'm eager to see some of the new things you're doing.
Oh, would love to. I mean, anytime, you have time, would love to give a demo or would talk more about the same.
Perfect.
But
Thank you.
You mentioned, been always a pleasure to be on the show.
Shailesh, I just have 5 questions for you. Are you ready to play 5 questions with Security Weekly?
All right, let's do it.
3 words to describe yourself.
And a whiskey person as is considered as one of the words.
If you were a serial killer, what would be your weapon of choice?
Cybersecurity.
If you wrote a book about yourself, what would the title be?
See you tomorrow.
What is your favorite hacker movie?
What's the one where the
Hackers.
no
Sneakers.
well, the hackers.
Jeff and I have this thing going on where my favorite movie is Hackers, his favorite movie is Sneakers, and so when we ask the guest, we kind of root for you're either on Team Hackers or Team Sneakers. So
what's your favorite movie, Shailesh? What was the movie you were asking about? Come on.
The one where CISO of some bank and they go after the family and stuff.
Firewall.
Firewall.
Is it Firewall?
Yeah, Firewall.
Yeah, it's
That's
Firewall.
with Harrison Ford, right?
Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford. Yes. Very nice. Wow, we haven't.
That's a new one. Yeah, I don't think anybody. Yeah,
I think that was before CISO was a term, though, right?
That's great. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, he was really just security manager.
A screen scanner out of a fax machine.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I gotta go back and watch that. Now that you say that, Shailesh, that's that needs to be on our list. I think we forgot about that one.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. I think somebody said right away that because they didn't use the hard asset, they actually went through some network asset like fax machine, right?
Yeah, that's cool. Shailesh, choose 2 celebrities to be your parents.
Living, dead, fictional, or otherwise.
Oh man, maybe I'll take a couple of people from Harry Potter, maybe. Some sort of magic life.
Magical people from Harry Potter. Very nice. That's awesome.
Cho Chang and Hagrid.
Use your imagination.
Well, I don't want to use because they would be my parents.
Shailesh, thank you so much for appearing on Paul Security Weekly.
It's a pleasure to be on this Security Weekly, as it's always fun to have a conversation with you guys.
Thank you very much. Visit securityweekly.com/Qualys to learn more. Coming up next, the security news and why The Matrix might be the best hacker movie.
Qualys has brought together vulnerability management and patch management, letting security teams discover vulnerabilities and apply patches immediately, all within a single, unified app. Sign up for a free trial of Qualys VMDR, vulnerability management, detection, and response today at securityweekly.com/Qualys.
Welcome back, everyone, to Paul's Security Weekly. Join us tomorrow, December 2nd, to see what's under the XDR hood. Visit securityweekly.com/webcast. Save your seat. Don't forget to check out our entire library of on-demand webcasts by visiting securityweekly.com/on-demand. And now, Mr. Joff Thayer has joined us for the news. Joff, welcome to the show.
Hey, good to see you, everybody. It's lovely to be here.
Yes, nice to have you here this evening, Joff, where I want to start with hacking printers. Did you guys read this?
Hacking printers.
Did you see this research?
Before you start with hacking printers, can I do a shameless promotion?
Oh, yeah. Let's do your shameless plug before. Now we've teased it up that we're going to talk about hacking printers. But before that, Joff has an announcement.
I do. I have an announcement. Do you want to learn regular expressions? Because if you do...
Do you ever truly learn regular expressions, or do you experience regular expressions?
Okay. Do you want to experience regular expressions? Because if you do, I'm doing a 4-hour thing this December I have to think about that. 14th. There we go. The December the 14th. It's a Tuesday. 4 hours, 9 a.m., pay what you can, minimum $25. You can't afford not to do this.
That's true. That's a great way to market the class. And check out part 2, irregular expressions. Oh, yeah. That'll be held in January.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wait a minute. We got a problem here. Because in the first segment, we had COBOL books. Now we have regular expressions. I'm like, are we going back to the 70s here? What's going on?
It's all still in use today, my friend.
That's the scary thing. You're right. It is.
It is.
Well, I mean, regular expressions and COBOL are two scary things.
You need to know regular expressions. I don't know about COBOL, but
if you know COBOL, you're going to be in regular expressions.
I'm just going to say regular expressions are timeless.
Yeah.
They indeed are timeless. I mean, the mathematical language for regular expressions was literally defined in the 50s, and we are still using it today.
Does it really date back that far? I didn't know that.
It does.
That
was when they first laid all that stuff down.
That's awesome.
A bunch of people in white button-down shirts and black ties and black horn-rimmed glasses are all sitting around going, what should we call these? I don't know. Regular expressions?
I thought those were the people that created the internet at BBN. They're in the white shirts.
No, they did all of that. Yeah, so
they did that too.
The same bunch. Yeah, it was just like, what should we do tomorrow?
They were just younger in the 50s.
Yeah, exactly.
They were just younger in the 50s? Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
No, we weren't. 1951, to be precise. There was a mathematical notation called regular events.
There you go.
Stephen Cole Clean.
Regev just didn't catch on.
Right?
Regev.
They didn't go for all that hipster stuff back then, Jeff.
No.
It was all much more, all the hep cats might have said that, but.
You ready to talk about hacking printers now?
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's go back.
Print
we don't have Boris
shells.
on the show.
Critical bugs impacting 150 HP printer models. Did anyone happen to...
is this the font? Is this the font one?
This is the font one.
Yep. It's a buffer overflow font.
Well, I have to give the researchers from F-Secure mad props. Is that still what we say? I give them unscrupulous credit.
In 1951.
Yeah. But so their research paper, which I linked to in the show notes, was just amazing. Because they didn't just cut right to the chase and be like, all right, here's the dumps from IDA and here's how I reverse engineered it. They were like, no. Here's pictures of the board and all the headers that we use to collect all to get. Well, it's Windows CE. What was amazing to me, back up a moment, was there's multiple what we call IoT devices, but multiple embedded systems on the printer.
Yep.
One was Linux based on scanning. One was a real-time operating system for print. Was it printing? Was the other?
It's for printing.
Yeah, for printing.
It's for print port connection and communication.
Right. And there was a whole flow diagram of everything. Like they broke it all out. So I'm like, this is like multiple IoT devices. I guess hence the name multifunction printer. You think there's just like one operating system under the hood. No, there's multiple controllers. So soldering onto the different headers on the multifunction printer gave them access to one was like the EFI, one was the Linux operating system for scanning, one was the real-time operating system for printing, and how they kind of reverse engineered, like, what do we want to do? One of them was Windows CE. Which one? Which
is not like, that's actually much more common, the Windows CE or even Windows 7, Windows 10, built into something like the Xerox, where they're running a Fiery server, which is a computer that sits behind the multifunction printer that handles, staple jobs, folding, multiple user accounts, web GUI and UI that gets displayed to the the big Xerox front end, on top of the other 2 or 3 that you end up having for scanning and or printing. So
amazing.
Yeah, Windows
CE drove the actual display of physically attached to the printer. And they realized if they killed one service, they got to the desktop on Windows CE, which I thought was really cool.
To be fair,
which is not just HP. Like we'll give these guys some credit because they just looked at HP, but we've done this on Ryuk, we've done this on Sharp, we've done this on Xerox. They all have the same exact vulnerability.
To be fair,
here's the fun part.
Hold on, Jeff, then Joff.
I mean, we hear stuff like this. If you're thinking, wow, it's an old, outdated operating system, I just want to clarify, these are embedded operating systems very often, and they have much longer life expectancies, service terms than the traditional Windows operating systems. I might know that because I've had to deal with them in the recent past.
Well, these are brand new systems. Will have these right up. In fact, we just got a new Xerox. That's why I've been looking at this. The brand new ones will have the exact same configuration as the old ones, unless you're paying a substantial amount of money for something like Windows 10 or Windows 19 Core. The embedded operating system is almost certainly Windows CE or Windows 7.
Now, the problem I'll add is that these embedded operating systems very often are not hardened, shall we say, which is why we're having this conversation. Go ahead, Joff.
Oh, so I was just going to say, because of my past history, I guarantee you there are hundreds, if not thousands, of these devices that are vulnerable, directly accessible on the internet because universities. The end.
Shodan. So that was my note in there. Shodan port 9100. So this vulnerability, from what I gathered from the technical documentation, was they discovered. I mean, just reading through it, there was some vulnerabilities in there. Like, in order to dump into the EFI and other aspects of these various operating systems that are under the hood, like none of which were ever prompted for a password or any kind of authentication or validation, which that in and of itself is very concerning. But
that's basic hardware level hacking, though, right? Some of this is with physical access. So some of their vulnerabilities is around physical access.
But the font one was over 9100.
Font one's on 9100.
Yeah. And so what's Shodan tell us about 9100?
It's raw.
Well, no, like how many are exposed?
3,916.
Oh, yeah, they're just a few.
Yeah, that's it.
Did I say thousands? Told you.
What I wanted to add to this discussion, to sort of tack on to our previous segment where we were talking about risk and sort of having to weigh the, make a risk-based decision. My first thought is, what are people printing these days? Because the beginning of the article says, what's at risk is what's basically could be printed on the printer, what's in the cache, what's in the memory, and I'm like.
Everything is printed still. Like, you look at a bank,
law firms,
a title company. Law firms are notorious. They have to print every document. If it's not on paper, it doesn't exist. Even with the sophisticated software that's electronically storing these, they keep physical copies for that.
Yep.
Title companies, mortgage companies, all of those are still all physically printed. You go to any bank, those are all still physically printed.
Well, I used to work with this a long time ago. I worked with a lot of this because we had a lot of students who wanted to become programmers for, in particular, HP. And a lot of these devices are cobbled together out of things, as you see. And it was because they kept adding to them over time. So they have something that works, and they say, well, we need to add this function. So they don't want to redevelop the whole thing. They just bolt on another chip, and they put another system on. That's why you get all this sort of like mix and match sort of stuff. And the other problem with printers is that they're treated like these devices that are not threats, because they sit there forever and ever. They were just, they were hardwired. They weren't things that were exposed to the internet, but they've slowly become exposed. But people still think of them as these sort of isolated things. It's like a mixer that's sitting in your kitchen. You don't think about that being exposed to the internet, even though it may well be at this point.
Oh, fuck me. I did the search wrong. I noticed it and I fixed it. 1.2 million.
Oh, there we go. That's more like it.
How did you fix your search?
I added the quote mark.
Oh, gotcha.
That's why they pay him the big bucks. By the way,
bucks.
Regular expression there.
Now wait, 9100 is Jet Direct.
It is Jet Direct,
and that protocol has existed for a really long time.
I mean, from the time when they actually made a card called a Jet Direct card that you could put. You could buy a Jet Direct card to put in your machine that would actually allow that connection to go to like an HP printer. HP made those cards. Yeah.
Like, I wonder how little that protocol has changed.
I bet not much.
Meaning that most drivers today that are largely now network based are just implementing the same code, and like, it just prints.
Yeah.
So why do I need to like
if
update,
it ain't broke, don't fix it?
Why do I need to update my printer or firmware or software if the functionality, or my printer in general, if the functionality it provides is when I click print, I get a document on the printer. I get a physical piece of paper with my printout on it.
And IP to LPG is still
I know a lot of companies, when the pandemic started and they sent everybody home, they started opening port 9100 so people could print because they had to be at home. I could point you to some people I actually know who were doing this because their company said, well, we're trying to figure out a way to get this in there through the VPNs, but it didn't work. And so they literally just opened port 9100s and told people.
What, I got to drive in the office to get my printout?
Well, the printouts weren't coming for the person who's printing them. They were printing them for people that were at the office or they were being filed. So they had people in the office who were collecting the printouts and then cataloging them all and putting them in the files. So they opened these print ports so people could dump print jobs when they finished with their work, because a lot of positions, like Tyler said, a lot of positions got to that point where they needed to do the finished product, and they would print it or they would scan it and send it to the printer at work, and it gets printed out, that triplicate copy or whatever they got to file. And they were just opening that port up. That's why you see all those showdown ports too, because a lot of people just went, I don't know how to get this to work, but nobody's able to do anything. Just open the port. It'll be fine. How many nerds could there be who know what port 9100 is? Come on.
Anybody ever worked in IT support over the past 2 decades?
Now I want to go find my list of Qualys ports and see if it's on there.
It's on there.
What I also thought was interesting was that it says the scanner board communicates with the communication board using a normal network. The printer board uses a CAN bus to interact with the formatter, making the architecture of the multifunction printer similar to vehicles.
What? They use CAN bus?
They use CAN bus.
I didn't know that. That's nuts. Oh, by the way, this is completely unrelated, but Doug, hold up your glass because it looks a lot like this one.
There you go.
Oh my God. Except mine's got no print.
Oh God.
Okay, back to the squirrel shiny over there.
The reason I had this explained to me, the reason they use CAN bus is because a multifunction printer is actually the scanner and the fax and the printer and the copier, and they are effectively different machines.
That's what I mean. They cobbled all that stuff together when they started making the multifunction printers because they had a printer that works.
Yeah.
And they go, well, that part works. Why do we want to redevelop the wheel? Because Jet Direct works or whatever. So let's add a scanner on there. Oh, here's this Linux system we can use to make a scanner. We'll just bolt that on, and we got to connect those things together somehow. So, hey, CAN bus works. Let's do it.
So wait, let me get CAN bus or Modbus? You're telling me that my Tesla is actually a souped-up printer on wheels?
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much.
If you just find the right combination of keys on the little panel there, you can scan and print while you're driving. It's awesome.
Well, we don't see new printer protocols being introduced, right? Because then everyone would have to generate a new driver for every operating system, whereas IPP, LPR, JetDirect, all those
That's
things.
why automated driver installs.
Windows has the driver ecosystem nailed down. So on the Microsoft side, that would not be difficult.
Well, and because like Tyler's saying, doesn't Windows automatically install those drivers for you?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
They're built in.
Yeah.
Which is sometimes inherent drivers.
I mean, that's why is because printing was such a critical aspect of business that Microsoft nailed that down in Windows XP days so that there wasn't an issue. Those drivers automatically installed, and thus printer protocols have not changed at all because printer driver manufacturers don't want to re-engineer all that.
And you think you don't use a printer.
Guys. Printers haven't changed.
Print spooler.
Printers haven't changed. Do you know that the brother bought the rights to the old HP printers? If you buy a new Brother LaserJet, it's an old HP 4, the little square boxes, and they're like $80 now, and you can still use the HP cartridges, I think. And they're fantastic. A little flimsier than the old HPs, but they're fantastic. And if you want a laser printer that will never die, buy an old HP 4SI.
LaserJet 4 will never die. I know where one's sitting. I know where one's sitting right now that was bought new, and I guarantee you it will still work. It's sitting in a house that someone died in, and I know where the printer is right now.
That's funny because it's funny that Josh says that because I've got a Brother printer, and it is literally an HP LaserJet 4.
It's the same thing.
It's reliable as a truck.
Because it works, and why change it? I mean, it's a simple task.
You think you don't need a printer at home until your kids need to do a book report or something, and they need to print out pictures and cut them out.
I had just bought a house, and it was like, can you print this and fax it to me? And I was like, what? What were those words you just said? And of course I called on my wife. She's an accountant, and I was like, you can print, right? She was like, of course I can. Where would you like me to print it? Here at work? Across the. And I was like, can you fax too? And she was like, of course.
Fax? Still fax?
Oh hell yeah!
Medical
faxing, baby.
Medical. Thank you, Tyler. Take it.
Medical relies on fax. They will not. In fact, they consider fax the only secure transmission out of a medical facility for most of these small docs.
Don't laugh too hard, Tyler. Come on.
We just saw.
You don't know what the damn fax is going to. Like, what the shit?
I just saw a request. They said I had, in order to get a confirmation of employment for this loan, I had to fax a request, and I was like, "Can I just email the request?" And they were like, "No, we only accept fax. That's the only thing that's secure." That's literally what they said. I said,
"How do you fax it if you don't have a fax machine now? Is there e-fax?"
You use a fax.
That's how I did it. I printed to an electronic fax service that then faxed it to them. So I'm like, I was like, this is about as secure as me just writing it on. Yeah,
that was my point. How is that? Secure.
It's not. I'm like, I could put it on a pigeon and send it. It would be better, but
it's like I could send it to you digitally, or I could send it to you digitally to a third party
in China.
It's gonna receive it digitally and then fax it to you where you're gonna print it out.
Yeah,
exactly.
In clear text.
And yeah.
Clear text,
services are market.
There's there isn't that encrypted fax protocol? Is there?
No. Well, I don't know if there is, but they don't use it. And then guess what the fax is going to do? It's going to scroll out of that machine and lay in a tray in an open office for like 3 days until somebody goes and picks them up.
A fax machine is just a printer over a phone line.
Yeah, if you got that phone number right, it'll lay in that office.
Well, yeah, if you don't accidentally fax it to Tyler or something, who's got a whole bank of fax machines just waiting for action.
You know that data probably went voice over IP at some point.
Accidentally fax it to Tyler.
Yeah, exactly. Quick story, I used to work at a paintball store, and we were in the basement beneath a restaurant, and we had a fax machine, and that's how we would fax like orders and stuff back and forth between our suppliers and such. And I would get faxes. And like also when I get faxes, like there'd be these weird artifacts, like little round things and like little lines coming off. I'm like, what is going on with our fax machine? Maybe a hacker,
fax porn,
the techno nerd. No, I took apart the fax machine and it was infested with cockroaches.
Does that mean it had bugs?
It had bugs. There was literally bugs in the fax. Like you could put your ear up to it and kind of hear the.
Where's Grace Hopper when you need her?
Those bugs.
Speaking of COBOL, where's Grace Hopper when you need her?
Right. Anyway, so make sure you go read the labs.f auth-secure.com. Is the way. There's a link to it in the. It's an amazing. They did an amazing job of describing one of the best research reports.
It was one of my favorite stories of the week. I was reading
detailed.
it. Yeah, it was
the
awesome.
detail they put in this report was absolutely amazing.
And it made me think a whole lot about printers and faxing and all this stuff that we used to do that people still do like crazy. And I hadn't thought about it in a long time until I bought a house, and there was people were saying, "Can you print this out and sign it?" And it was like, "What? No, can I just email it?"
It used to be that I had to print tickets to stuff.
Oh yeah.
And now, anytime I go to, we went to a soccer game, movie theater, right? Like, there's all these kind of scenarios where, like, if you're going somewhere and require a ticket, that would be the use case where I had to use my printer. Now I'm just like, I'm on like the Showcase app, and there's a QR code, and even if I buy 5 tickets, they scan one QR code and it's totally done. I just gotta remember to bring my phone to the movie theater, but now, so I don't need to print. Really, until, like I said, my kids need to do a book report.
I actually dumped the last job off that printer that was in my friend's house that died, and I said, I'm just going to see what the last print job on this printer was. It was an airplane ticket boarding pass from 2006 that belonged to me. I was like, this is the last thing that was printed here. It's been sitting here for 15 years. Like, well, it's still there by Northwest Airlines.
Oh, that's funny.
That's fantastic.
We can talk about Zoom. Some Zoom. We haven't talked about Zoom in a while.
No.
Friends don't let friends use Zoom.
So is that the case? I mean, when the pandemic was like breaking out in its peak, right? In March, April, May 2020, Zoom was like in the headlines. Everyone was like rushing to Zoom. There was all this hoopla about Zoom. Now I feel like, we're a year more later. We're not so much focused on Zoom. Like, we've all kind of settled on our technologies that
but
work.
It's a verb.
It's a verb
now.
Oh yeah,
Google, I get all the time. People say, "Is that a Zoom meeting?" And I'm like, "Well, it's not a Zoom meeting." And they're like, "Well, yeah, I know, but whatever." It's like
it became the vernacular people use, whether it's a Google Meet or Teams meeting.
And every time somebody says that, Bill Gates, that's a tick.
Ring Central. What else? Jitsy's the open source one.
What's Cisco WebEx?
Go to meeting. Blue Jeans.
Blue Jeans. Haven't heard of Blue Jeans before.
Chime.
Ooh, yeah.
Slack and Discord. Slack and Discord.
Twitch. All of them can be used for those now.
Right. It's it's interesting. And Zoom came under obviously under fire for a lot of the vulnerabilities that they had, but like a year and a half or so, almost 2 years later, Zoom really, I think, stepped up to the plate. I don't think they did a bad job in their response, by the way. I think it was they were a company that all of a sudden there was this gigantic spotlight on them. And we've seen lots of companies deal with security vulnerabilities. On a ranking scale, Zoom didn't do that bad, folks. No. Right? Like, Zoom did fine.
And they were like a startup that went from 10 customers to 10 billion customers in like 2 weeks. And so they really weren't prepared for what happened.
I'm not one to be knocking Zoom in any stretch. And I think the recent articles that I've seen about them really kind of backs this up, in that they've released auto update features for Windows and Mac clients, which I think is important. I mean, obviously a lot of apps have the auto update feature to varying degrees, right? Sometimes auto update is like, I won't let you start that app until you go to our website and download the new version, which maybe that's an update feature, not an auto update feature, but still, I think better than leaving it up to the user as to when they're actually going to update it. Browsers went through this transformation in now Zoom. What I think is, also before that, they did true end-to-end encryption, followed by two-factor authentication. Now automatic updates for Mac and Windows, but not support for Linux clients for me and that other person who's using it on Linux. That was my joke.
You just all need to use it through Firefox.
It's so funny.
Lead up to my joke. Yeah. Okay, moving right along.
Well, you prompted me to stop my Zoom client to see if it would prompt me for an update.
Oh.
Well, so you probably have to manually update to get to the version that auto updates.
I think you did have to do that, because I do use Zoom because it was the official platform for the school.
Even on Linux, though, it wouldn't auto-update, but it would tell me that there was an update.
Yeah.
And it would be very prominent not very prominent, but you could see it in the internet, like, hey, there's an update. Like, cool, I'll go apt update and
Actually,
get that.
I'm manually updating my Zoom client, and the new update available includes automatic updates.
Yeah.
Right. So you're absolutely correct.
So I mean, if you're an organization that Zoom is your platform, obviously update to get auto updates,
right?
Because I think it's as prominent as a browser.
It is
today for many organizations. They also fixed some vulnerabilities. They patched 2 vulnerabilities in Zoom. And blah, blah, blah. I don't know how critical these vulnerabilities were, but for overflow to lead to crash the service or potentially execute arbitrary code. Another one was allowed for exposure of the state process in memory, could gain insight into arbitrary areas of product memory. Potential, I would read that as maybe pull credentials depending. But
a lot of the things that they're fixing now are more like what you'd expect. You know, they're very esoteric kind of things.
Yeah.
And before, they were having to fix things that were just like, wow, I cannot believe this hole is here. And they really locked that thing down over. I mean, I was watching it because, like I said, we used it all the time. And I was watching it as it got locked down. And it was like, well, we're taking this feature out and we're putting, you have to enable this and all this stuff that was just turned on.
I tell you what, that company and that team has been busy in the past, almost 2 years for sure.
They have, and
your
now they're
number
a
12 is
verb.
Interesting.
What's that?
I said your number 12 is interesting.
76 security tools is the average that companies have to manage,
and counting is amazing because that's number 11.
But there's only 12 PCI requirements.
11. Oh, sorry, that was you said 12. I thought I read that wrong, Tyler.
We can start with that one.
That's a good one. 76 security tools is way too bloody many.
Yeah, that's a small number.
I think what I've observed in the security market is great. I mean, great consolidation in that there's been a lot of acquisitions. In fact, if you're tracking companies that myself and Matt Alderman have been advising, like a lot of them actually now all but one have been acquired, and I kind of don't like. I want to attribute that to like Matt and I's great advice and all that stuff, but I think that maybe is a very, very, very small reason why these companies were acquired. It's the hard work and perseverance of the folks that work there, but also I think where the market is going, right, is that new technology and innovation is happening in startups that is stuff that like is really valuable, so much so that they're being acquired. And I also think it's the consolidation to this article's point of companies that don't want to manage 76 damn security products. They want to manage a lot less. And so this consolidation is inherent. Tyler, sorry.
Well, I mean, let's be clear.
I think it's important.
Hold on, Tyler, then Josh.
I'm curious what your thoughts are around that, because I agree. Like, it is nice to get everything consolidated, get that single pane of glass. That's all vendors, unicorns' desire is to fit underneath that. But with so many companies doing the acquisitions and the big players purchasing rather than building, those bolt-on add-ins to products and trying to make things fit into existing products, the code bases, the teams, the management, all of those things. Is this actually a good thing? Well, I think the fundamental idea is great. Like, let's get this all under less security tools, single pane of glass. But are they burying some of these? Are they putting less priority because they're bolting on, 10 tools? Are some of these tools less efficient because they're bolting them on to existing product lines? Like, what is your idea around that?
It depends. I think there's like multiple buckets this fits in, Tyler. I think there's sometimes where acquisitions can just either like go horribly wrong or just take like a really long time to pan out. It's kind of like one category where the smaller company gets swallowed up by this gigantic company, and they kind of like what happened to like some of those products that like I loved. Javelin Networks, I'll use as an example. I mean, they were integrated with Symantec, but like not to their fault or Symantec's fault really. Like Symantec underwent a whole ton of changes that impacted that acquisition. So there's some great technology that maybe right now, like, we're not seeing bubble to the surface, but over time, certainly, I would see that coming back. But it's because there's like all kinds of other changes happening, right? And those are kind of like the worst scenarios. I think maybe even before that, because I do have hope for those types of scenarios. But we can go back to some of the Cisco acquisitions, and
I was going to say FireEye and McAfee. Wasn't that a real recent one?
What was the other company where they would acquire companies and that's where they would go to die? What is
IBM?
IBM. But what was the other? There was another one.
Network Associates.
Network Associates. Thank you, Jeff. Jeff 500 for Jeff, right? That was one where like companies would go to die. I still think that happens today. Cisco turned it around, I think, because they got SourceFire and they got Duo and many others that they've turned it around, right? So that's one end of the spectrum. And then I think
Cisco is still not considered a security company by many, but keep going. Paul.
No, but they've got a good security portfolio today. And they've worked hard, and it's taken time to develop that. And then I also think, Tyler, there's ones that, now we start going into like the really successful acquisition kind of end of things, right? There's ones that do take like some time, but not years, and they get integrated. And there's some that are just like, an instant win and off to the races. Elastic is doing a great job, with their acquisitions and Endgame and integrating all that. Yeah.
That's actually a good one.
Yeah. So it's a spectrum.
So let me throw some ideas at you about this, because I the number 76 bothers me, because I think it doesn't have context.
Yeah, what's a security product? First of all,
that's one thing. Is what of those products are actually run by the IT group, the system administration group, the compliance group, whatever, and might be used by security, which is great because that way you're not buying it twice. How many of those products are shelfware? How many of those products are on automatic? How many of those products are used for one thing that happens once a year when the auditor shows up?
I mean, but to Jeff's point, like, how many of them are like legit tools? Like, maybe you've got an internal pen test team and you've gone and purchased 3 or 4. Like, I can think of 3 or 4 products that I would buy as a internal pen test team, right? Like, you're buying Burp Suite, you might be buying Cobalt Strike, you might be buying Plex Track, right? That's a great one. Breach and attack simulation. What's Bryson's? Scythe. You might be buying Scythe.
You might be buying a couple of vulnerabilities.
But see, I wouldn't count
so
those
like at your internal pen test team, you might have 3 or 4 like base tools.
I wouldn't count that as management, though. I mean, those are tools. So yeah, right. So those are tools.
To Josh's point, though, like, what are they counting as a?
Well, yeah, because I mean, what on earth could you have with 76 different tools? I mean, that's insane.
Well. Then there's also things you don't even manage. How about BugCrowd with Casey Ellis you interviewed today? A BugCrowd is a security tool running the bug bounty program, but it's not something you deal with on a every minute basis.
Right. Yeah. It's not. Yeah. Exactly. They're helping you manage that the program,
right?
It is a tool, but
you look at EDR, you look at SIM, you look at XDR, you look at AV, you look at your vulnerability management, you look at your configuration management.
What is Microsoft calling their tools for configuration and
Defender, ATP, Defender? Just put Defender in front of anything.
Is it not?
Microsoft
what is their patching? What are they calling their patching now?
SCCM.
Is it still SCCM?
It's still SCCM.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the one thing that hasn't gotten like the O365 Defender ATP cloud.
Coming soon to a name change near you.
Meta.
It's going to be.
I feel like I need to drink several times after
Defender for systems management or something.
So many acronyms.
We could have a Twitter poll or contest, like rename SCCM for Microsoft.
Oh my gosh!
So I actually downloaded the report. I'm trying to skim through it right now because I had the same sort of knee-jerk reaction to the 76 that I think everybody else is having, and I was at least looking for like categories. But I know I
thought that was low
in some of my slide decks. I've got diagrams of like all the disciplines that go into cybersecurity that CISOs have to cover, and they're easily 76, if not more, disciplines. So yeah, they're probably being very loose. I mean, there is no detail that I can see in the report. They probably are being very loose in what they define as a security tool. But I could easily, I mean, again, I see everything through the lens of a PCI. 12 major requirements, 350-ish some controls. Half of them are for documentation, but that leaves you 175 things that you're supposed to be doing, where most of the time you're going to use some sort of a tool of some sort.
Right. And I mean, also think about your DevOps cycle and your SDLC today, and how many tools you could be using that also speak to security. Right? You got your static analysis, you got your IDE linting tool, you got your SCA, you got your unit testing kind of fuzzing tool, you got your DAS scanner, like the list goes on. So
I think you're in the 200s, honestly.
But the only thing I can see, and again, I'm just skimming through this. It's a 16-page report. They do have some mention that they're filtering their findings to larger clients, enterprises, and larger enterprises do tend to buy one of everything. They might have all three of the major scan engines. That type of thing might boost the number. It would be nice if they'd at least would have categorized what they're talking about in terms of the types of security tools, if not provide, God forbid, a definition of what they mean by their term.
Yeah, I mean, so, you take 5 to 10 in each of those categories, like SIM. There's at least 10 SIMs.
Yeah.
Call EDR another 10. XDR, there's another 5 to 10. You look at network layer or next gen firewall or AV, like there's another 10. Like I think you could be in the multiple hundreds within a couple of minutes pretty quickly, and that is what we see in enterprises. Like you get these tools that integrate.
I don't think this is a bad thing to highlight in a survey like that. I mean, we typically pick on surveys, right? And this survey was sponsored by Panacea. Panacea is a company that's marketing on measuring and understanding your security performance with continuous controls monitoring. So I think
like
they have
Panacea and Pancreas, like Panacea.
I have met with the Panacea team, right? Like, I mean, they're a great group of people that I think are working to, provide a valuable solution. And I don't think the problem they're trying to solve is necessarily one that we don't agree with, right? We agree we have too many tools, and how do you measure the effectiveness of all those tools and the effectiveness of your program? So, if they're helping customers with that and they're using this to raise awareness on that, I think it's something that we do need to raise awareness about.
And that doesn't even count the MSPs and tool integration, right?
Oh yeah,
like that's another entire different issue that you run into as a large organization. What's your MSP using? What are they forcing you to use? What are you integrating into your stack for the MSP in order to get visibility for you and the SOC? And outside of your tool stack, where do those go, and who's watching?
I have tool and platform fatigue, like big time. I mean, we're like 70 people. Right. And we acquired 4 companies. And so you can just imagine like how hard it is to, one, just know what everyone's got and then start to consolidate that is a monumental effort.
And that's the other problem. If you acquire 4 companies, you acquire 4 entirely different tech stacks.
Mm-hmm.
And so you might have,
no, you don't.
Dimitri
You throw
was
away
asking, no same company's running all 10 SIMs. And it's like, there might be.
Yeah, but throwing stuff away, Jeff, can take...
If your acquisition strategy is to leave them autonomous, they might be running all 10 different SIMs.
Yeah, you either leave them autonomous or you start to consolidate them, but I can speak firsthand. Sometimes that can take it can take a month or two, or that can take a year or more to consolidate those platforms. Yeah.
Agreed. But you mentioned Network Associates is notorious. Even Cisco back in the day, Computer Associates, are they even still around?
They were.
CA was one of them that, they would, some of the early security pure play companies, security tool vendor companies, they were acquired by these companies, usually to get to the technology. They all had consulting arms, let's say. And most of the people that I knew that worked for these companies, with some exceptions, few exceptions, were lost, because they either acquired the technology to eliminate the competition, or they, wanted to expand their portfolio. but they bought the company for one specific thing, and the rest of it was just kind of just make it go away.
I'm
sure that doesn't happen anymore.
And don't forget, just like the printers, there was a lot of tools that contain other tools. So you may be counting all those tools as well, because they may be very independent things that are embedded in tools, and it's just like, I mean, I've seen this in firewalls where they've got like a tool suite that's embedded inside the firewall. So you may have multiple stacks of tools in any given other tool.
And lots of overlap. That's the other thing that didn't come up here. There's a tremendous amount of overlap in this space, and I'm not sure the people acquiring really care. It's like, okay, here's some tools, especially in the large enterprise. They're like, well, if there's overlap, there's overlap.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So I'm going to make a hypothesis. We're beating this dead horse to death.
We are. Because Tyler really wanted to talk about my story number 12.
We'll get to that in a minute. So, give me the last word on this thing. The crux of the report, Panacea, is we can consolidate everything into the single pane of glass, as Tyler mentioned. So my assumption is they are referring to security tools that produce some sort of events, logs, output, something that they can absorb and produce some sort of graphic for. So they might be including event logs, sys logs, any technology that's deployed on any system, regardless of what its function is. But if it produces logs or events, they're sucking it in. Maybe that's the way they're coming up with this 76 number. There's at least the implication it's something that they can absorb into their platform.
Tyler, tell us about the installer vulnerability. Cisco Talos has just been talk about Cisco. Talos has been on a tear. Like, their research team is amazing. Yep. This was my story number 12, Tyler.
Oh, this was your 12. Okay.
Yeah.
No, this goes back to one of the CVEs that was released earlier in the year. I think it was 41379. That's what it was. Which was it has to do with MSI installers and the ability for attackers to use MSI installer to get higher privileges as part of the installation package.
What were they executing as part of the installer? I read this.
An MSI pack.
Ago. Yeah, but inside the MSI pack, they were using something to get execution at a higher privilege level. Was there a specific binary?
It's a DACL. It's a DACL for Microsoft Edge. It's one of the Edge.
Yeah. Okay.
So Edge allows the elevation of a service.
What's a DACL? DACL
is a discretionary access control list. It's kind of like an ACL, but it's utilizing the discretionary.
It's like an ACL, but it's discretionary.
Correct.
Who or what's discretion? Is there
it allows the packages to be executed as a system.
Is there an if-then statement?
There probably is, as part of the proof of concept, like looking through how he's doing the new proof of concept. So basically they applied a patch, 2021-4379 was patched back in, I think, November. That patch is now being bypassed through the proof of concept that's leveraging actually a better proof of concept where it's calling the elevation service in order to get access to either a file or execute an MSI package.
Yeah.
And so you can abuse this in a lot of ways. Yeah.
We were playing with this today. One of the things that you can do is leverage it to change the permissions on like a system DLL or something like that, and get yourself user permissions to it. And then you can just replace the DLL and get yourself elevation that way, right?
Yeah, you can get full permissions, read permissions, right? Like, so the SAM's a great execution. Like, Serious SAM's been an issue. SAM nightmares are like a huge problem, right? We've been dealing with these for the last few months. But the ability for you as a system level access to gain access to system files, you can basically gain anything at this point. And we actually had a major software vendor have an issue similar to this that we reported this week to a big client. And they were like, well, this is local privilege escalation. What's the risk? What's the impact? They don't actually understand. Okay, so if you're able to gain local privilege escalation, you can gain system. This allows you to shut down all of your security products, shut down visibility. This allows you to gain credential access for cache credentials in memory, credentials in the registry, change registry hives, execute things against servers via PS1 files or local script runs, capture credentials for services that are being scanned from remote hosts that are doing authenticated scans. So really you have to think about this outside of the local privilege escalation and think about the impacts to the local network and what this allows you to do from that local system because you gain privilege escalation on that system. So this is actually very, very big. In an enterprise, when you start talking about local privilege escalation, you really are talking about an entire corporate breach or enterprise breach if you don't have the appropriate firewalls, network segmentation. Even your security stack comes under scrutiny because of the things you can manipulate via WMI, WinRM, any of the DCOM or RPC calls in order to do things against other systems because you've got local privilege escalation. So it is a pretty big finding.
Sweet.
Wow, that was a lot. That was
a lot to unpack.
that was you get college credit for that little thing.
That's right. That was very sexy, Tyler.
Yeah. I'm going to need a minute.
You get 5 seconds. So, So I want to ask you guys a question. If you agree or disagree, there was an article. And ExtraHop is a sponsor of the network, and they have been. And I've spent a lot of time with the team, and they're awesome. However, I think it's debatable, and depending on the situation, they wrote an article how decryption of network traffic can improve security. And I think this is a really hot topic and can be debated. And in the article, they say today it's nearly impossible to tell good from bad without the ability to decrypt traffic securely. You guys agree with that?
Yeah.
I think it's situation dependent.
Well, I mean, if you can't look inside that layer 7 content, you can't tell what's in there. So if it's being decrypted by an app locally, once it gets on the system, it's too late. So if you're trying to filter it at the border, or you're trying to filter it before it gets on the system where it can execute with privilege, if you can't look at it because it's encrypted, it's essentially obfuscated shell code. So you don't know what it could be anything.
But isn't
and if you're doing good encryption, right? Should you be able to look at that at whatever border you're looking at? Like, yeah, there's some SSL decryption, but that's got a whole nother implication that we don't usually talk about with next gen's firewalls.
Yeah. Now, Tyler,
right? So,
I will defer to ExtraHop because I believe they have patented technology to deal with this, and I have spoken with them about it, and it's really interesting and awesome in the way that they do it, and they do it run really fast as well and very secure. And so, I really would love to have them back on the show to talk about it because they really have a great story.
ExtraHop is one of the few companies that I would say doesn't count for most of the companies and how they do this.
That's the sense I got in talking with them. I'm like, they do have the authority, I think, to write an article like this without us completely shredding them, because they do speak with some authority on this issue. They put more R&D and are very smart about it, above and beyond all of the SSL decryption I think that we've traditionally kind of seen in the past.
So probably the only company I would say does that right, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, I'm just saying you should do it in the sense that you assume it's secure. I mean, I obviously if it's just some hacked up process, it's not a good idea. But if you've got content coming in that's being reassembled on local machines that you can't see at the border, there's no telling what that stuff is, and you have no way to deal with it. So it could be anything.
Jeff?
So having worked for an agency that for many decades has tried to
that's classified,
various methods of backdoors and escrowed keys and things like that, so you could get the decryption if you needed to. I guess my question is, why would anybody implicitly trust an organization or an entity? I'm just going to throw the question out there over a nation state or government for providing better security by basically reading the mail.
Well, I think it's still very much under your control, Jeff. Right? Like if I establish SSL encryption, right? Mm-hmm. I myself, I'm entrusting myself with those keys, right? And so if I need to implement a solution that is a tool for me to then also decrypt that traffic and trust.
Now, are you speaking metaphorically? You're a company, or you're
you're a company, right? And you trust your administrators to manage the keys. You also give them a tool that's going to decrypt stuff, and by extension, they're going to use that tool, in their arsenal. Is kind of that's the narrative, and that's the way I remember it from Extra Hop. And I'm forgetting all of the details, and I will totally defer to Extra Hop. Like, if you're looking at this solution, you have questions, you should ask them, because I think Tyler and I both have kind of looked under the hood and gone, no, like that actually makes sense. Yeah.
No, they do a good job. And really, if you're thinking from the attacker's mindset and you're looking at what your risk threat profile is, honestly, encryption, breaking decryption, like looking at protocols, looking at all the, the Hellmans of the world, and like what I'm trying to do with traffic, even at layer 3 and 4, an attacker's not usually targeting that level of traffic. You're usually at the endpoint. If I'm going to be targeting that, the endpoint can decrypt these, just like when we talk about Signal. And when someone comes up with a vulnerability in Signal, it's not a vulnerability. It's the fact that the endpoint can be breached and we can read the data because, well, it needs to be read by a human on the other end. So usually an attacker just thinks the same way.
I want to just bring up this point because I was listening to Darknet Diaries. It's not the most recent episode, but the one before that. And he interviews someone who's essentially a cyber criminal. And like the criminal aspect of this story is just amazing. So he was making fake IDs. That was one of his criminal offenses. He was a moderator on various dark web sites. And he was illegal drug trafficking because he was both using Adderall and Xanax, but also ordering them from the dark web, and had a network of people that were selling them on the streets, to the point where his town had I don't know if pandemic's the right word, an epidemic. Epidemic of Xanax usage, illegal Xanax drug usage.
You don't get a panic with Xanax usage.
Right, exactly. You're not panicked. That's the problem. Right. But it was so prevalent in his town that he attributed that to the Xanax that he was bringing in, right? And I mean, he's like, I made some horrible mistakes and all that stuff. But he was, and in this story that relates to this topic, right? He was communicating with, it wasn't Silk Road. What was the other one? Something Bay, something.
Pirate Bay.
Not Pirate Bay. The other dark. Alpha Bay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
He was communicating with the Alpha Bay admin. He said the only way the Alpha Bay admin would communicate me was using Jabber with OTR. Then, I won't spoil the story, but at some point in the story, he's speaking to law enforcement, and law enforcement presents him an entire chat transcript of his communications with the admin at Alpha Bay. He was like, and they didn't go into it in the show. He's like, how did they get that? I'm like, dude, they got that because the law enforcement had implanted malware on the admin of Alpha Bay's system, or your system, or both. And that's where the traffic was decrypted, and that's how they got your chat logs, dude. Like, at some point when you're reading the message, that shit's not encrypted anymore.
Right, it gets encrypted somewhere.
100%. Yeah, that layer 3 traffic does exist. Like, we have visibility into 98% of all the traffic. Like, we can see both sides of your Tor connections, your VPN connections. Like, we can see where you enter and exit depending on the density of the traffic to that node. Like, that's all pretty easily attributable.
Like, criminals are using encryption. So, like, but how does the U.S. government know what these nation-state hackers are doing? I'm like, that's because they broke into their systems and they put malware on them.
Yeah.
They got a keystroke logger or whatever it is, right? Like,
Yeah, like once you got the intel to know who's talking to who and who you're after, then you target them. You use the 0-day, the exploit, the C2 kit, whatever it is. You go after that particular target, and you are very, very focused and deliberate on how you're gaining access and what you're reading. Mm-hmm. Your end goal is the endpoints of those people that have interesting traffic. So the traffic is merely the starting point of all of this analysis.
So this article bothers me on many levels. Because it's basically just saying, hey, we should have the ability to decrypt network traffic, and gives reasons why that's a good thing. Okay, I can live with that. But how do you get there? Are you suggesting an escrow system? Are you suggesting network administrators have extra sets of keys? Is there a master key? I mean, this is still harkening back to methodologies that have been suggested for the last 25, 30 years.
I agree, Jeff, and to be honest with you, I don't remember, and I know, like Tyler and I are saying, like, there is a really slick way that they're doing it, but aside from that, I do agree, like, if Tyler and I are exchanging encrypted messages, we should only be the only two people to be able to read those messages, right? And in this example, extra hop aside or whatever technology you're using, that means there's another system that has the clear text or plain text version of that message, right? So you are inherently you are increasing your exposure, in that it's not just Tyler and I that know what those messages are. It's this other system as well. Therefore, it does increase your exposure at the basic level. I think it does.
Or to use the terminology from the previous segment, we're increasing the the attack threshold, the attack surface.
Agreed.
Because it's one more thing to have to manage. It's one more set of keys to have to control with some unknown number of people that have access to it, which are likely to have some sort of administrative level of access. And nobody abuses that in any organization.
Well, you have to. I think you have to weigh the risk and reward, right? That's an extra risk for the level of protection, and that's where I think in a lot of circumstances.
But I go back to my first statement. How is this any different from nation states, U.S. government proposing this? At a national, international level. I mean, essentially, you're saying, well, this is good for the private organization to do it, but don't let the government do it. It's the exact same scenario, the exact same good reasons why you should want to decrypt.
Yeah,
I think you're spot on, Jeff. Like until we really have the ability to manage credentials better and or manage keys better, and we have good guidance that is well accepted, that is well adopted, and configurations that follow these policies, like internally, I think the corporation's a great test bed. I don't think that government is at a place they're underfunded, underutilized. They have systems that need more budget and more smart people to do these things. So we can test at the corporate level, but we still have to understand that we've not even gotten the grasp on credentials, like our ability to do proxying of credentials, much less keys and cryptographic things that are outside of the normal IT or even security person's full breadth of understanding of how these things work. I don't think that there's a company out there doing this very well, outside of ExtraHop. Honestly, like ExtraHop's doing some cool stuff. So do we actually look at how they're doing this and realize that from an internal standpoint, we need to do SSL decryption so we can see where all this traffic's going, so we can provide intel and value and stop malicious attackers from hiding stuff inside of SSL. That's probably not going to help. I'm going to tell you right now, like, my stuff is decoded inside the SSL stream, and unless you've got the private keys off my server, that doesn't do you any good. So I still don't see a huge advantage for the level of effort that's happening at this point in time, and to provide that backdoor capability to organizations and governments that can't seem to keep, their own private keys secret, much less a mass conglomerate of public keys secret. That seems to be a problem at this point in time. I think that may be something that comes in the future that, we can look at providing and outsourcing some of that security to our government if we trust the level of visibility that they gain, but that's a long ways down the road until they can prove that. we're at a point where we can't even do that with inside small organizations.
But I guess I didn't read it as I'm giving over control of my network to the government. I read it as I'm a network security administrator. I have a set of policies on my enterprise. I see some guy in the marketing department downloading encrypted material off the internet. I'd like to know what that is before it gets to that endpoint. I mean, so
I'm not saying the article says the government. I'm saying it's.
I don't agree with that. Then I completely agree with you, but that wasn't my take on it. I was thinking about it more.
But I'll play devil's advocate, Doug, in that I don't necessarily, in most scenarios, need to know what the encrypted content is. That if I'm seeing encrypted communications between two systems or two users that I can tie to those systems, that in and of itself is anomalous.
Well, if that's your policy, and
that's my indicator.
It's just that's become. But
right?
I think I thought their point was that that's becoming more of a problem, in that you're not going to be able to say we don't allow encrypted point-to-point communications because, like, Zoom is end-to-end encrypted, so that's going to be going across your border, and you can't tell what the content is.
I'm going to pin it to the protocol and say that I know when it's Zoom that encrypted communications is normal, but maybe if it's not Zoom
fine.
is the application, maybe when it's not Zoom is the protocol.
Slack,
maybe
O365, Gmail,
right.
all of these are C2 channels. So.
Right. It could be also, when you look at files, for example, like how often does someone encrypt a file? But if they're encrypting all of the files on that file share, that's probably ransomware. Like, that's my indicator of compromise. I don't necessarily need to know the contents of those or the message within that encrypted communications for it to be an indicator of compromise. That's the devil's advocate. But that's the devil's advocate.
I have grave reservations about it in practice, but academically, I look at it and go, I got what they were saying in the article. I mean, I don't disagree with it from an academic perspective. On a personal privacy level and all these other issues, I'll concede.
And your personal privacy point is what I want to address, which is that, we talk to law enforcement about encryption and go, hey, we get to have encryption. And law enforcement keeps putting up these bills and trying to make it law. No, we need to have back doors. And on the corporate level, it's the same thing. You're making the argument that I need to be able to see what's going on before it gets to somebody's endpoint, or so that I can make sure that the corporation is safe, right? And Paul is saying, well, as long as you look at what they're doing with it, you can find the anomalies and look for the dangerous ones.
It's my network, and I'll do what I want.
That's exactly my point. Is we're using the exact same argument, but in a nation-state government context, we're saying, "Ooh, Big Brother, bad." But in a corporate context, we're saying, "Hey, yeah, that's a pretty good idea."
No, I'm saying it in your network bad, my network good.
Do as I say.
I mean, I don't think there's any value there. Like, let's go back to the point of what's the value as a hacker. I'm going to have a layer of encryption inside of whatever SSL you're doing. Like, I don't want to stand out. I want to blend in. I'm going to use Slack. I'm going to use Gmail. I'm going to use Zoom for my C2 channels. It's going to look like normal traffic. All of my stuff's going to be encrypted as normal traffic inside of that stream. So what is the actual value versus the risk that you're
probably none against Tyler.
But it would be interesting, Tyler, in your example, and I don't know if this is possible, somewhat maybe with SSL, can I tell if it's encrypted with my key versus someone else's key?
Absolutely.
Without leaking
it encrypted or not.
Only if you're breaking the tunnel and reassembling it. So
I can match a public key to a private key with an algorithm and know that that's the private key that goes with that public key using
that's back to credentials now.
But that's using but you can use the modular. So I've done that because I suck at administration, and I'm like, wait, is that SSL private key the one that I use to generate this public key? So when I need to renew my cert, like, I'm going to renew the cert, but is that the same private key that matches with that? And and I don't pretend to know how the math works, but I can use the modulus function that's implemented in OpenSSL to match, right? I don't need to know all the information about the private
credentials.
You can do a match on it. If I have access to the private key, I can do a match and go, that matches the public key.
Right? Like, if that matches Slack or if that matches O365 and like my traffic is going to that SaaS application as Slack traffic to a Slack bot, then again, we go back to most nation states, most good criminals, anybody using good C2 is going to get their traffic to a highly reputable domain using tools and APIs that are existent for, valid traffic. So yeah, it's going to slack.com. It's their Slack API. You're getting the right Slack cert. Your ability to tell the difference between my traffic and like regular traffic, your SSL decryption doesn't make a difference.
And I'm relying on anomaly detection for that to see if it behaves differently than what I'm normally seeing. But there's inevitably.
So you don't have to decrypt the SSL traffic.
Right.
You look for
that's my point. Yeah.
Well, I agree with that. I'm just trying to stop the guy in marketing from gambling.
You're decrypting it or not, right? Isn't that what the article is suggesting? Of course, the article didn't go into how this gets done. But, you're either getting a copy of the legitimate key or you're putting in an extra, master key.
You're getting a brokerage key that has certain decryption functions built into the brokerage key that has functions for certain traffic that is only on your endpoint for a limited time as part of a JWT, if I remember right.
So, you're using different terminology. It's either a copy of the key that's being used or it's an additional key. You can call it a brokerage key, a master key.
It's an additional key.
It's an additional key or it's a copy of the existing key. There's only two ways of doing this.
I mean, where I have a problem with this is kind of time frame, right? I mean, this argument of decrypting and having plain text network traffic can help security. Yeah, that was relevant in about 1994, right? Today we have a situation where we have cloud resident services that are ubiquitous, and we don't own the network between us and the destination, and therefore encryption is necessary for good reasons. So doesn't the argument really boil down to where the encryption is occurring? I mean, we're making the assumption in our heads.
It's where it's terminating.
Well, that's my point, Jeff. That's my point.
Yep.
We're making the argument that decryption is being terminated on the endpoint. It doesn't have to be. There's always an encrypt-decrypt cycle that could occur in the middle somewhere, as we're well aware. And I would also add in the point that prior to if you look at the particular TLS context, prior to TLS 1.3, there was some characteristics that we could determine, right? We could look at the certificate exchange. We could look at the some aspects, right, of that TLS exchange. Now with TLS 1.3, I think it's really raising the bar on people because they're like, well, shit, everything now, key exchange and the whole smash is now with perfect forward secrecy is now not available to us. So people are really starting to ask the real question, well, I can't tell the difference. I can't. And just like Tyler said, I guarantee you when I'm hacking your network, I sure as shit am using TLS, and I'm probably double wrapping. I'm probably encrypting inside of that encrypted tunnel too. All right, that's it. Rant over.
So may I?
Yes, please, Jeff.
So, I mean, this is where I am having flashbacks back to the old days of my early days at NSA, where the mission when I started was mostly capturing signals out of the air, and you either did something with it or you didn't. You could break the code, break the ciphers, decrypt the messages, or you did a lot of other stuff to investigate what was going on. I just see a lot of parallels in terms of methodology to what we used to do, and it sort of went away because digital came along. But it seems like we're hearkening back to that. Okay, you can't
analysis matters.
Analysis matters, and you can't read the underlying payload, the data, but there's a whole lot of other things you can derive from.
There's a whole lot of data going somewhere.
Yeah.
Sometimes I guess my point is sometimes that's the anomaly, right? And you can measure it on frequency. You can measure it on volume. Sometimes you can derive hypotheses. Sometimes pretty good ones that you might be able to test to say something's wrong or something's right. Like if there is all of a sudden more encrypted communications in a particular scenario, like something's up. Are they planning an attack, Are they exfiltrating data? Are they doing ransomware?
Or DNS. DNS is a great example.
And I agree that gets you so far. And maybe to do further analysis, you do need to decrypt the traffic. But I think you can do a fair amount of valid analytics to answer questions, enough questions to determine if there's malicious behavior without decrypting the traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I agree with that. I think what's really happened is it's driven all of our analysis into the endpoints, and we know that's happened. We're either on the client side or on the server side, right? A lot of us are treating the network as just utility in the middle at this point.
So what you're saying, Java, is we just need keystroke loggers on all our workstations, and then encryption doesn't matter.
The network is the broadcast. And like I said, in the old days, we were intercepting signals out of the air, and for the most part, we could read them, given time and cryptanalysis, or we couldn't. And very quickly, it was emerging in the time that I was there in the mid-'80s to mid-'90s. There was more digital cryptography emerging and machine cryptography emerging, where more and more we were basically throwing away the payload, the data portion of the communication. But I think the analogy to a packet or a set of packets holds up. But it was the header information, the twos in the front. I mean, one of the skill aptitude tests that I took in order to get employment was looking at a whole bunch of communications traffic, which would roughly be the equivalent of looking at a bunch of network traffic, Wireshark output, and not reading the payload, not reading the data, but looking what can you derive from the header information? What patterns can you,
right?
In the context of back then, it was, can you figure out which source address is headquarters, and can you figure out a hierarchy, in a military context, headquarters, battalion, division, platoon, and stuff like that. What could you map out? Kind of like network mapping. I mean, the parallels to me are just mind-boggling in terms of, I thought that was all defunct and archaic and just another way I'm a dinosaur, and yet it seems to be coming back and becoming more, there's some lessons to be learned in history, and there's some, there's at least one organization out there that has a pretty solid history of gleaning interesting information out of very little apparent context.
Sure, but
Those who
to
do not remember
contradict
their
my
history are doomed to repeat it.
Yeah, but to contradict myself, also knowing what the message says is the best intelligence versus the information you can glean from the patterns in signaling without decoding the message, right?
No, sorry, I'm going to disagree with you very strongly, actually. And I'm going to use. I respect what you're saying. Please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to be rude, but in spoken communication, in verbal communication, how much of the meaning, the content, comes from the actual words that I speak?
But the fact that
you're sounding like a boomer, Josh.
No, but the fact that
it's all about the emoticon.
But the fact that you and I are talking, Josh, could be interesting information.
No. That's my point.
Yeah. No, I think we're agreeing.
No, seriously, this is an actual question. How much of the content of the communication, of the conversation, is through the actual words that are spoken? Do you happen to know?
I think the timing of that matters, though, right? Like, if you're real time and you have the ability to see that real time, then that makes a difference in, say, a breach. If you can see what commands I'm running and where my targets are and what I'm actually communicating against, that makes a difference. However, 99.99% of all the SIMs and AVs and XDRs and EDRs out there have no relevance and cannot look at what I'm doing real time. So they have no ability to track that. What I ran 15 minutes ago, when it hits your log, has very little relevance of your ability to track me and figure out what I'm doing. I'm done, gone, owned your system, and well past that point. So I think you're spot on. Like, it matters if you have the ability to have that real-time intelligence, which almost no one has, especially in SSL decryption.
No, I think it's interesting. If I put it in the context of like the Code Girls book that I read, and we were analyzing messages from Japanese fleet and commands, right? You may be able to know that, like, hey, based on the level of messages that are being sent out and intercepted between the Japanese ships and fleets, that maybe they're like up to something. But
it's much more interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what they're targeting. I don't know where they're going to target or where they're going to go. I know that they're planning something, right? And that's one level of intelligence. But if I can decode the messages, then I know like they're going to go attack this particular position.
Well, to your point, though, even the ability to understand and see the messages and the high level of who's communicating with who and where it's going. If you're Microsoft, if you're Walmart, if you're one of the governments, and you have the ability to interact with the infrastructure teams of those major corporations and shut down AWS instances, shut down large cloud droplets, if you're able to cause disruption at a large scale because you can see who's communicating with who, and understand that botnet traffic, then you're able to cause a disruption at a much larger and much more impactful and meaningful manner. We should move on to your story.
I think we beat that one to death. But it was great. It was a great conversation.
Good.
One last analogy, very brief. I can give a perfect real world example. Back in the early '90s, at the time of what came to be known as the first Gulf War, Desert Shield, Desert Storm, local media in the Washington D.C. area accurately predicted that Desert Shield was transitioning to Desert Storm because they observed on one particular evening dozens of pizza delivery trucks showing up at the Pentagon.
Yep. It's a great example.
Said, hey, somebody's staying late at the Pentagon. That's a great example. What in the world could be happening? We're about to start a war.
Yeah.
Period.
Great example, Jeff.
All right,
not as impactful. I do want to talk about hacking fingerprints because, and I think this is a really silly kind of trick, if you will. My story number 10. So basically, you can take a picture of a fingerprint. So if someone has left their fingerprint on a glass or a screen, you can take a picture of that. You can print out that fingerprint on, is it acetate paper? Did I say that correctly?
Yes.
Acetate sheet.
This is old.
Very old. And then use wood glue to make a copy of that and defeat, even today, fingerprint scanners. I'm not sure which thing.
So when we were melting gummy bears to make fingerprints, like this is
what was the
10 years old.
Oh, but what was the silly putty? Silly putty.
So this is super old. Like let's be frank. Like we've all done this. We've all tried this. We all still use this once in a while.
Right.
However, you start to look at who did this research and what fingerprints are now protecting. If I look at something like my crypto wallets and my ability to do two-factor authentication, which is now biometric for a lot of these applications that are on the phone. So when we say two-factor, we're saying our ability to access the phone and our ability to have the phone. If my phone is stolen and someone has stolen my fingerprint, their ability to access the phone is done by a fingerprint. Their ability to access my applications is also done by a fingerprint. And the authorization to do funding and other things is also handled by a fingerprint and two-factor, which is also managed by a fingerprint on the same device. So we've kind of come up to this conundrum where our phones are now the most vital piece of our entire financial ecosystem.
And so, scary, but I'll add fuel to the fire on that. I just got a new Pixel Pixel 6 Pro. Yeah, Pixel 6 Pro. It's a freaking awesome phone. Huh? I love the phone. However, the fingerprint reader is on the screen, on the front, which I'm not a huge fan of. Like I've had Pixels where it's facial recognition, right? And then they got rid of that because of the masks and the pandemic, right?
Because someone broke that.
Because someone broke that, and I liked it when it was on the back of the phone. It was more convenient.
Yeah, it's convenient. It's perfectly placed. Yeah.
Now they've moved it to the front of the phone, but again, on the screen, I feel like they can't do the level of detail they need to do in a fingerprint. And I read an article because I started researching like Pixel 6, and I'm like, I want to know more about like how this works and what people are doing. And they said to increase the accuracy of your fingerprint reader on the Pixel 6, that you add it, so you do your first, like I did my thumbs, right? And so you do my right thumb and my left thumb in one pass of each. And then like to get higher degrees of accuracy, add an additional finger, but use your same thumb. Use your right thumb, use your left thumb.
Are you allowed to use the middle finger?
You can use whatever you want, Jeff, but I'll leave that to your imagination, to what you want to use to do that, right?
But that's convenience. If you have to open your phone or open your app when you're trying to do that and you're like, which fucking finger am I using? Am I like doing 3 combinations of this in order to make a fast Bitcoin transaction where the market,
you have to make certain gang symbols that they can recognize.
My point is that if I do my right finger twice, like it's a little more lenient as to what it will accept for my fingerprint, so that it scans my fingerprint with a higher degree of accuracy, which I think, my guess is, would make these biometric tricks that we all know and love, from gummy bears to silly putty to wood glue to acetate and all that stuff, a lot more viable as an attack. So like the users are actually, you could make that easier for the attacker, because I'm scanning my right finger thumb like twice on the phone, so it scans more quickly, right? I think it gives it a lot more kind of leniency into how.
Well, we start to think about where our phones exist. Like, we go to the bathroom, we have our phones at a store, we go to dinner, like we set our phones down on the table. Yeah, we're at our house, we put it on the side of a bedstand. Our phones, and the ability for those phones to be stolen by a motivated attacker, by someone that is financially motivated. If you have a substantial amount of crypto, think about how much effort it would take to steal a phone from someone that's sitting at a bar, sitting at a dinner, sitting
people just
their family, going into a family's home. Right. Like, those are pretty trivial.
But then, as we know, we're lazy, and the fingerprint, like, rather than entering my PIN code or forcing, another password, or God forbid, like using a YubiKey every single time I want to pay for something with Google Pay, or what I love, convenience factor, ordering stuff online on my phone. Hey, I hit my fingerprint and it reads from the secure enclave to read my credit card information, and all I needed to do
Amazon
to trigger
Pay,
that,
Google Pay, Apple Pay, like
fingerprint, is my authentication for it to unlock my LastPass, pay for things with my credit cards, all of that stuff.
Think about what's in your LastPass. Like, take this past your crypto, go
There's
to your
nothing in my LastPass because I don't use it.
Bypass LastPass, OnePass, whatever it is. Go to your backup codes that you save in your password manager. Right. And now, like, the world is your oyster.
Yeah,
like,
but I don't. So what I recommend and what I practice.
Tyler, where's your Bitcoin thumb drive? And this is password protected.
Shit. See, and then you run into convenience and that
you can overcompensate. But what
if
I do is,
finds it, we can access the Bitcoin, can't we?
So
50%.
What I do is, there are certain credentials that I recommend for folks you don't store in LastPass. Like, LastPass is for your everyday stuff. You take out so you need a second factor to get into your LastPass, right? But also, like,
you need a second factor password manager.
Yeah, your Google account, your crypto wallets, your bank accounts aren't stored in LastPass. That's shit that you remember. You remember for us. You remember those passwords, and you require a second factor. So if someone does get into your LastPass, they're not getting some of those keys to the kingdom that it could impact you financially.
So again, we go back to this. Like, outside of the security community, we know that there's a lot of very rich crypto heads out there that are super smart, have a lot of crypto, that deal in crypto all day. Like, just taking one block of people, how do we recommend they manage that crypto, manage their passwords, manage their two-factor, manage multiple LastPass, OnePass, segregate those, have two-factor, have a YubiKey, and some hardware? Like, how do we get to a point where we're able to secure some of this without having to get this complicated? Because I'm going to tell you, there's not a billionaire in the world that I know of and have dealt with that is going to do some of the things that I am asking them to do.
That's absolutely true, Tyler. That you're right on. We have a serious problem, right? We're still reliant on passwords and now second factor and biometrics that are fallible. We haven't come up with a solution yet. I mean, that's really where it's at.
Well, there is no solution, Jeff. I don't think. I mean,
I don't think there is.
There are solutions. There are solutions, Jeff. Just got to remember. Sometimes you just don't use your finger.
There are no solutions.
Well, I want to hear both sides of this. Like, I want to hear the curmudgeon side of both of these arguments, because I'm honestly at a point where I have no idea what to recommend to billionaire clients.
Yeah, like how hard can you make it to prove who you are, right? And that's that security and convenience thing. If you make it too hard to prove who you are, you can easily lock yourself out of shit.
Yeah.
If you make it too easy to prove who you are, that means other people can impersonate
or you lose shit.
Yeah, or you lose millions or billions of dollars, right?
And these days with deep fakes and Voco,
Blackbeard
it's
have
impossible.
A problem? Blackbeard buried his treasure somewhere and nobody knows where it is, but it's very secure.
So you're not wrong. History repeats itself, and this is.
Look at Tyler's Bitcoin. Look at Tyler's Bitcoin. He has buried that in the most secure place ever.
Never found again.
Never to be found again. There's 100 years from now, people are going to have like maps like Tyler was a pirate.
The mystery of Tyler's gold.
It's going to be like Goonies all over again.
Yeah.
There's going to be all kinds of traps and stuff.
Somebody finds a USB stick in an old trash dump and
treasure.
Gives them that one big clue. And
Dude, that's happening now. There's a guy.
I'm going to put that in my will. I'm going to die.
But hold on. Josh has a great point. There's a guy in the UK that went to the trash dump and he wanted to search the dump for it, right?
Yeah.
And he rented a backhoe and he's there now.
Oh, really?
Like years later looking for this frigging hard. He's like, I've got the passphrase. All I got to do is find the hard drive.
And hasn't got a permission to have a backhoe to dig through the trash for a thumb drive.
No, I think it was a 3.5-inch hard drive, like an internal hard drive. But
gotcha.
Like still, he's looking through an entire landfill, which he has no idea where the damn thing went. And he's like tracing garbage truck records and interviewing the people that drove on the landfill. It's a real life treasure hunt. He's got about, I think it was $10 million on that hard drive.
Oh my God.
See, I got more than that on mine. Wow.
So
no way. No, you don't have more than 10 million. Get the...
Dude, it's up to 16 right now.
Okay, I'm going to have to go because I'm going to start tracing Tyler's.
Flying to Tyler's house.
I'll be out there tomorrow.
You know what the funny part? Hold on. Now, Tyler, have people flown out to your house to help you look for it?
Skip Duckwall, a.k.a. Pass the Hash, was out here very recently in the last few months, and he literally was imaging every hard drive and jump drive I have, looking for backups of my jump drive.
Wow.
Not just the jump drive.
Not stupid, not stupid. Hey, actually,
so you're not the first, Doug, to want to go help Tyler find this.
If
for a small nominal fee of like $5 million. Yeah.
I was going to say, we could start a GoFundMe.
50% is the standing offer. Anyone that wants to fly to Tyler's house.
That's going to be like a whole pile of people out there tomorrow with pickaxes.
Lining up. You're going to have an army of people.
So there's another piece of this conundrum, and that's... let me throw something at you guys for a second. Ignore fingerprints for a minute. Just, with Apple, it's Face ID, right? And ignore the... Sorry?
I said Face ID is not a good idea either.
Agreed. And because let's just keep it to regular, normal, everyday things. When the cops pull you over, if they want you, they literally just hold the phone in front of your face, unlock your phone.
Yeah.
And anybody that's got you, whether it's a cop or a criminal or whatever, they just hold the phone in front of your face and boom, it's unlocked. So
it goes back to black bag.
I'll make you feel slightly better, Tyler. In the Darknet Diaries episode I was listening to with the criminal, he was getting paid in Bitcoin for a lot of what he was doing. And I think, but this is in like 2013, 2011, 2012, 2013 Bitcoin level. So he had like 256 Bitcoin and he was just spending it.
Yeah, I bought 200 Bitcoin to buy pizza in 2010.
Yeah, he was just, I mean, I don't know if it makes you feel, but like he was spending it on like lavish things. So I feel like he had his fun with it. And then I think someone stole his Bitcoin wallet or he spent it. And then they found his laptop, which had some Bitcoin on it, but the laptop had like burned and died, and didn't work anymore. So he lost all of his Bitcoin. Yeah. What is Bitcoin trading at now? One Bitcoin is what? 50, 60?
58,000.
58,000.
Yeah, 57,291 to be precise.
So that was some expensive pizza.
Do you want the curmudgeonly thoughts or not?
Yeah, curmudgeonous. Is that a verb?
So,
I just use curmudgeon as a verb.
Curmudgeonous? It is now.
I like it.
So we could go on all day and we're not going to solve this. What we need to remember is two forms of authentication are better than one, period.
Yes.
Nothing is perfect. There are just like in everything in our industry, there are no perfect 100% secure systems, and that's why I say there are no solutions.
Unless I send my data on a thumb drive to Tyler's house, in which case it's perfectly secure because no one will ever find it.
Yeah, but then you have the trade-off of it's not useful, and that's the concession that we're all making. This idea of convenience is also the fact that we've moved to a digital world, which is Pandora's box, and it's a reality, and it's been solved. But we get spun up on, legitimately so in many cases, the weaknesses and the ways that each of the different forms of authentication can be possibly exploited, some more easily than others. But again, generally speaking, two are better than one. And what I object to, though, is when companies, vendors are trying to sell a solution that are basically endorsing one of the three forms as being inherently more secure, more better than one of the others. Password is the classic, what we started with, which is something but the idea that any form of biometric, something that you are, is inherently better than something I would argue that's not necessarily the case. And we go on and on about what all the vulnerabilities are to facial recognition, fingerprints. We've been doing it here in the last 5-10 minutes. The same
something
with
you
something
are can be
that
taken, right?
Yeah, I mean they can all
something
be
you are
exploited.
can be taken, something is a little bit more difficult to extract.
But
I want to extract something versus take something.
I want to talk
Firewall, the favorite movie of our guest from Qualys in the first segment. Firewall's the classic defeat. The whole premise of the movie is defeating two-factor authentication because they kidnap the guy's family and say, if you don't unlock the firewall and let us steal the money from the bank, I think it was a bank. It's been a while since I saw the movie. We're going to kill your kids.
I think it was Mike.
And all of us would do that.
I think it was Mike Kershaw who develops Kismet. Was just an awesome person in general. Talked about the security of your credentials in some relation to like the battery and jumper cables on parts of your body that you would not want jumper cables to be, and like that's the level you have to get to. Like if it gets to that point, like that's how many barriers you want to put to your personal OPSEC, right?
Well, yeah, makes sense.
But also, while we're talking about passwords, my story number 14. Despite the popularity of password managers, this study found that people are still using pen and paper. So they continually rely on what they call unsecure methods, such as computer documents, 53%.
15,
thank 50. You. And pen and paper, 29% to manage passwords. Is writing it down on a piece of paper really that more or less secure than keeping it in a digital password manager? I think that's kind of an interesting thing to think about, that if it is on a piece of paper that is in your possession or in your dwelling, how more or less secure is that than stored in a LastPass or any password vault that maybe you have a master password for, and maybe you have a two-factor authentication? Like, that means someone has physical access. And I think the number of attackers that have physical access versus can access my accounts via digital means is a sharp contrast. Mm-hmm. But maybe we go back to
why are password managers popular?
Because I can't remember all the passwords I need to remember.
They're easy.
Convenience. That's why they're popular.
Convenient.
Right? Easy. It's not necessarily for security. The number one reason they're popular is convenience. Secondary reason is they do offer additional security, case. And I think that's an arguable point.
I rest my case. Convenience.
I think in a corporate setting, though, your physical security risks are higher, depending on which type of organization you work in, because the number of people with physical access could be greater than those that may enter your home, for example. I'll give an example. If you work at a hospital, general public, lots of people are. Many of us have done physical pen tests on healthcare organizations, right? Really super hard. because the general public has access to healthcare facilities. Yep. Therefore, I think writing it down, inherent risk in a healthcare setting. If I write it down and I put it in, we all make fun of the notebooks for passwords for our parents and grandparents and other people, right? They're stored in my home. What are the chances an attacker is going to have access to my home? If they do, I'm probably screwed.
Well, no,
anyway.
I mean, and what I told my dad.
If you're targeted.
And what I told my dad,
if you're targeted.
But I mean, if you're targeted, you're targeted.
Yeah.
But what I told my dad, who was not that likely to be targeted, he wasn't wealthy. It was easier for him. I had him write his passwords on a sheet of paper, and they put them in a gun safe.
Sure.
And so somebody breaks in, they've still got to get into a physical thing.
Right.
And could they? Of course they could. But I mean, for my dad to put that stuff in, and my dad is deceased, so all of you people taking notes, it doesn't matter. But for him to put that in some kind of password vaulting system, I determined the risk was way greater.
Yeah.
For him doing that, because I wasn't sure he could manage the password vaulting system effectively, and that I knew he could manage the gun safe because he knew the combination. He was the only person who knew the combination, and when he died, I did know the combination, but I opened that gun safe, and there were all of his passwords. And for somebody to get that,
how'd you open? The next logical question is how'd you open?
My dad, it was a two-factor analog. My dad had. I set this up.
Now, was it a safe in that it had like a dial, or was it a key?
It was a dial safe.
It was a dial. Okay.
And he had actually I used to call a red card that he put the combination of safe in a safety deposit box, and my brother had a key to that safety deposit box.
I remember you telling me that.
And when he died, we went and opened the safety deposit box. The red card was in there, had the combination of the safe, and which I think I could have guessed anyway, but an attacker couldn't have guessed the combination.
Or you cracked. I mean, Deviant's done talks. He's a guest coming up on this show in a couple of weeks. But there are safe cracking.
Of course,
I'm not familiar with it. Deviant's
nothing's perfect.
On that. Yeah,
somebody can break a Chubb safe. I mean, it's been done. It's just really hard, and you have to. That's always the thing about risk. You have to decide where is the point you want to be. Am I worried?
My kids watch those stupid YouTube videos where they get a safe and they're trying to crack it open, right? And they're like they get like the axes and like all this ridiculous stuff that's just to get viewers and subscribers on YouTube. And I'm telling kids, like, that safe has like a backup like tubular lock. Like, you would just get a tubular lock pick set and pick that lock. You wouldn't go after it with a Sawzall. Like, you're not.
There's
it just wasn't that level of risk. It wasn't launch codes. It wasn't hundreds of millions in Bitcoin. It was just literally the password so that you could get back onto his computer. And he would forget that, and he needed the password. He could open his safe and look the password up. It was a perfectly reasonable system for him. Now, is that the solution for every person? I don't think so, but it is a solution, and I think the pencil and paper thing may work depending on how you handle it. If you're writing your password on Post-it notes and stick it on a monitor, that's horrible.
Or you write it down on a piece of paper and then you take a picture of it with your phone.
Exactly. But I mean, on the other hand,
me old-fashioned, but I believe in manual processes over automated processes on just about anything. I concede that automated processes are necessary.
Jeff,
but, I mean, I used
Jeff,
to recommend.
You're old-fashioned.
I am old-fashioned.
Well, you told me to call you that. So.
But does that make you more secure? Like, now that I think about old-fashioned and all the shit that you guys used to do, and like you look at even nostalgic things like fucking COBOL programming, right?
Look, Tyler's got the COBOL. He's got a COBOL programming.
Right.
Look, he's got a punch card.
Ooh.
Oh, look, a Turbo Pascal.
Oh my God!
For an hour and a half to pull those books out. Nice.
But you look at those old things, and like the way you guys used to do it, there's a reason you did it. There's a reason it worked. And now we're back to a point where the stuff that we're doing now is history repeating itself, and we're making the same mistakes. So we're not learning anything, and we're doing the same thing. So the older way of doing things seems to be the more secure way long term. Like, it's proven and tried.
Oh, I got one for you. You know how I used to keep secure programs from executing?
My voice is my passport.
No, long before that. I would literally take the 13th and 13 and 8. The 13th and the 21st card out of the card deck and put them in my lock drawer. If somebody took that program and ran it when I wasn't there, it wouldn't run. It would crash. It's just that simple. Those were not COBOL. They were Fortran programs, but it would just crash them every time. It wouldn't run.
That's awesome.
It's simple, effective, and nobody knew I was doing it. So if somebody tried to run one, they'd call and go, "Hey, this program, we were trying to run it. It crashed." I'm like, yeah, really? Huh, interesting. Why were you trying to run that?
Because I thought it was a program that stole everyone's passwords on the mainframe. Because that's probably, knowing you, that's what it was.
But it was effective. You know, it was simple, effective. I didn't have to buy a security solution, and it worked just fine. Very telling. Oh, silly stories.
14.
Let's transition
do it.
Silly stories.
Matrix is the best hacker movie.
Yes. I want to talk
Yes, 100%.
I thought this story was going to be complete bunk, and then I looked at the fact they interviewed Dino Dizovi and Kate Moe, and I was like, oh, those are people that I know, love, and respect, and the
graphics alone was worth it.
I'm feeling it. Like you have to read this article. What I don't know my story number is 19.
Plus they call out war games, sneakers, and hackers all in the same
but like the way that they presented their argument, you'd be hard pressed as a hacker to argue with it, to be quite honest with you.
I just love the tagline here. The Wachowskis invented the ultimate cyber superhero. I mean,
yeah,
it doesn't get better than that.
I mean, but in like Quentin Tarantino style, they borrowed from a lot of previous works, but put their own spin on it. Right, and made it something that I think is really truly unique. And there's actually been a lot of presentations in cybersecurity about that like nothing is truly unique. I'm sure that's not just cybersecurity that's done that as well, right? Like we all borrow from the past, and the Wachowski brothers certainly did that. They borrowed from a lot of anime, martial arts. Things like that, and they just created this world. Like Dino says, the Matrix shows the universe that software can create, and the more that software controls everything in our lives, the more awe-inspiring it becomes to have power over that software. Like you got to read this article. It's really amazing. I can't really do it justice. Dino says the Matrix captures the feeling of hacking, right?
It does. It totally does. That's exactly right. That is exactly right. The article is fantastic. I read it. It's spot on.
Now, there's a new Matrix movie coming out.
I heard that, yeah.
It's coming out. It was being filmed the last time we were in San Francisco, which was RSA 2020, down the street from that cigar shop we were at, Paul.
Oh, interesting. That's like the one cigar shop in San Francisco. Hopefully it's still there if we go back. When we go back? Are you guys going to RSA?
When we go back.
Are you guys going to RSA?
You're going to have to say when, yeah.
I already booked my plane flights for 2022. I was going to say, I mean, conceptually, the Matrix reflects hacking, but even the article concedes there isn't a whole lot of hacking in the Matrix. So it's much more the mindset, the mentality. Yeah, I would get into that. Whereas the other movies, which are sacrosanct in my book, delve more into the actual methodologies and thought processes and actions. So, we can add Matrix, make it the top 4. How's that, Paul?
Yeah, no, I agree, Jeff. I think there are the addition of Firewall to the list. I thought was an interesting one, and where that falls. I have to go back and rewatch it to really come up with the. I think there's
I still like Black Hat too, though. Like Black Hat doesn't make our list very often.
That's the thing. Yeah. That's like isn't Thor's in Black Hat, right?
I've never watched Black Hat on principle, so maybe I'll if I'm extremely bored someday I'll watch it.
It's not totally horrible. I mean, it ranks.
I haven't watched Snowden either.
I don't know. You can pick on the net though, but the net is kind of interesting to watch now too. Like I think all of the movies that
they all had something.
They did, and it's all thought provoking based on what we all do today and have experienced in our careers. And I think that's what makes it really interesting. Josh, I think you were the one that brought
also
up the point.
Swordfish.
Swordfish brings up really interesting.
An icebreaker question that I often ask when I'm giving talks. Back in the day when I used to give talks, I'd put up a slide and just show up the movie posters for a bunch of different hacker movies and ask people, what's your favorite hacker movie? And then I would go on to explain that based on what the response is, that helps me to understand what the person is about in terms of what their view of hacking, what their view of security is.
So what does Swordfish say about the audience?
Wait. That they like blowjobs? No. In all seriousness, which hacker movie, irrespective of which was your favorite, which hacker movie has been the most influential on the hacker world?
Hackers.
Swordfish. We all get the
Sneakers.
girls and we all make good money now.
No, none of those are correct. Try again.
Skyfall.
Nope.
No, which is the James Bond movie where the guy's invincible?
Not that one.
I love
Golden.
No, it's war games or whatever, right?
I think GoldenEye is the I am invincible.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, GoldenEye.
I sometimes say that when I do something, but that I think is really amazing.
Josh, I'm right.
And then I'll be like,
Joff's
I'm
right.
invincible.
Why is Joff? Why are you right?
Why is War Games the most
most influential movie, hacker movie of all time?
Influential in what way? Hold on, before Joff answers.
On the hacker world.
In terms of what? Influencing people to become hackers?
No,
I'm right. Can I
am Dimitri. Dimitri's got it. Dimitri got it in Discord. Yes. So
I can answer the question because President Reagan reacted to the movie and actually changed policy based
even
on
better.
War Games.
Even better. Congress watched 4 minutes and some odd seconds of War Games and passed CFAA because of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's very
it's in the
what you're
constitutional
implying is
record.
that CFAA has impacted the community more than anything else. That I would debate.
So what you're saying is a movie with pre-coked out Ali Sheedy was the most influential hacker movie.
The most influential movie on the hacker world. And I'm absolutely right, Jeff. You can't argue it. I'm sorry. End of story.
I think
actually,
it pushed
Ferris Bueller was sort of the same character. He was a hacker too.
I think War Game pushed the hacker mentality, the Hollywood hacker mentality, into mainstream audiences. So it was one of the first times that like average people were seeing things that were in sort of a different realm.
I interviewed Casey Ellis for one of the Hacker Heroes episodes today to give everyone kind of a preview, and we talked about this, and I won't spoil it for what movie was his favorite hacker movie, but we did talk about a common theme that I thought was interesting in the most popular, or ones that hacker movies that we like the best, right, that we're talking about, in that the commonality they have is that the hacker is the hero. The hackers or hacker in the movies are the hero. There might be hackers that are the bad hackers, people, the bad hackers, but like the heroes in those movies are the good hackers. Yeah, which I thought was kind of an interesting thing that I never thought about in all of the films that we're mentioning right now, Matrix included, right? Yeah, hackers are the heroes, which I think is really, really cool and influenced, I think, our culture in a positive way, which is kind of interesting. You guys want to do one more silly story?
One more, and then we should wrap.
All right. Do you want to talk about Dr. Magic Flute? Or
we've got to talk about
or
Magic Flute.
5 cannabis jobs you never knew existed, or you just can't choose, so we have to do both.
I think it's Dr. Magic Flute.
Dr. Magic Flute was arrested after claiming he could cure women's cancer by having sex with them. I mean, you talk about social engineering used for like the most evil purpose. Like, you can just imagine the social engineering that has to go into convincing people that this is true.
It's just an old scam. I mean, people have been doing that kind of stuff for years. I mean, it doesn't have to be sex even. It's just quack medicine, and they've been doing it forever. And
it's like the it reminds me of like the elixirs. A non-perverted example is
snake
like the
oil.
Elixirs, the snake oil, and the elixirs. Like, this will cure anything, and it was really just cocaine and heroin that was in the
And I mean, if you take enough cocaine and heroin, you're going, I feel a lot better.
I feel great.
my leg just fell off, but leprosy, hell, it's got
for
nothing
a
on this.
certain period of time, depending on how much you took, your problems went away, and that was the whole elixir scam.
And then you died, and then the doctor went, hey, I don't know what happened.
Right.
It's probably didn't take enough.
It's, we talk about good, like using your skills for good or evil. This is clearly, people that I think there are, obviously folks that we've looked at via news articles and whatever that were like, oh, that person's a hacker, but they totally use their skills to do evil.
And sick people will go for anything because they're so desperate, and so it makes it even double evil. It's like people are sick; they're going to die.
The documentary I watched on Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah,
very kind of like that. Very kind of similar, like social engineering for perverted reasons.
But there's tons of these things out there. I mean, I knew somebody who had cancer, and they tried all this stuff, and after they tried all the regular stuff, and the doctors are going, I think it's pretty bad. You might want to, and then they started paying all their money to all these people that were doing crazy things and injecting them with sheep urine and all kinds of stuff, and. And I mean, the guy was like, I spent $40,000 here, and then I flew over here to Mexico, and this guy's got all these endocrine glands, and they grind them up, and you drink, and he's like, but none of it worked, and he's like, and now I spent all my money, and I'm like,
right,
yeah.
But
I also think
now I'm destitute and I'm gonna die, right?
Right.
My real question about this article is who dubbed him Dr. Magic Flute?
Yeah,
that is the real question.
Right.
That is the essence here. Who?
I would have gone for Dr. Magic Bassoon, personally.
There you go. In other kind of squirrel stories, I think it's interesting because many of us know, like when you were in high school, for example, and you're just like, I think we all knew the person that was like the pothead. And I think a lot of those people that we knew from like high school,
you were the person,
or you were the pothead, maybe like in high school or college, and now some of those people are like,
I made $1 billion selling cannabis.
They're like cannabis entrepreneurs or working in the cannabis industry and doing really well because the tides have turned when it comes to cannabis. And so I thought it was entertaining to talk about this article that's dubbed High Aspirations, 5 Cannabis Jobs You Never Knew Existed. I'll cover one. It's called The Edibles Chef.
I love that concept.
You can... they work in a variety of capacities, from coming up with designer marijuana-infused drinks to whipping up cookies, crackers, cakes, and gummies. So this is like the person like did really well in culinary class in home economics in your school, but was also a pothead.
Major stoner,
is probably an edible chef today.
Well, when Washington State first legalized marijuana, my friend Lou, who's also deceased, so I can talk about him. He was really excited about this because he was a major weed user back in the day, and he was a nice
a brilliant scientist.
He was
one of the most brilliant scientists.
He was the smartest person I've ever known.
Yeah.
But he was a law-abiding citizen. He did not break the law, and he was like, "Can we go to Seattle and can buy weed?" And I was like, "All right, let's go." Sure. So we went to this really posh place, and it completely freaked me out. Because we went in there, it was like going in some kind of really elaborate wine store or a cigar shop. And we walked in, and they had this sort of like security person sizing us up.
Yep.
They're trying to read, are they gay, straight, or whatever. And they finally apparently decided we were straight, which was interesting. And sent these hot...
Did they get it wrong?
No, but it was like, I was like, it's me, I was like, I figured they would read this.
Two guys walking in.
It's a younger guy.
And you were holding hands with Lou.
Yeah, and I mean, the whole thing making out in front of the store and all that. But that was because we were stoned. But but we went in there, and this super hot person came over to me, and it was like a sommelier.
Totally is a thing. Totally a thing.
And Lou, they were like, what can we do for you? And Lou's like, we want to get high, and the guy's like, no, we don't do high here, sir. I was like, I'm wanting to know what kind of vibes are you looking for, and and they were going through all these strains and all this stuff, and I was like, this is so weird.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, now this strain has kind of a buzzy sort of high, but it's really mellow underneath, and Lou's just like, well, it gets you completely zonked in about 5 minutes. That's what I'm looking for, buddy. But I mean, it was really a weird experience because there's the same people you're talking about. Like, before they were like out on the street corner going, "Hey, I got what you need, man. I got what you need." Now they're in the store going, "I see. Let's look at some of these strains over here." Which
it's like the tides of turn.
It's like alcohol, right? Like you look at like prohibition and where we're at with like microbrews, with alcohol, with micro distilleries,
wine and whiskey. Tequila,
wine, whiskey, all those things, the smells, the taste, the aromas.
Absolutely.
Like you look at, like, there's a lot of science behind, cannabis and all the things that it does, like between decarboxylation and all of the different aspects of CBDA, THCA, all of the things that you're splitting from a molecular level, like scientifically.
But like also like botany, when we get into, cultivation of plants, and we talk about tobacco and cigars, right? Like I've studied that. Like it's an amazing art mixture of science. Kind of similar to what we do in hacking, right? It's that mixture of art and science applied to cigar tobacco plants, which despite, what you may believe is very different from cigarette tobacco and hookah tobacco, right? Those are all different large families, like
strains?
Not strains, but like the main families of plants are different between cigars, cigarettes, and hookah
pipes
and pipe tobacco, right? Like the main strains of plants are different. So once you dive into those various categories, like with cigars, there are some amazing people who balance that art and science to be able to grow and blend and cultivate these plants. The same thing now is translating into marijuana.
Yeah.
And it is, again, an art and a science all blended into one, which is something as we all grew up, like, that was like, not a thing. It was illegal. It was horrible. There was the devil's lettuce.
You bought like a baggie full of old banana peels from some guy named Sid.
It was like, maybe it was oregano or maybe it was weed. But yeah, exactly.
My nephew is now a bud tender.
There you go.
A bud tender. Yes.
And he actually, I'm like, okay, so what kind of questions do you get? He goes, oh, blah, 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 blah. And he starts telling me these stories. I want to relax, but I don't want to get too paranoid.
I don't want munchies, or I want munchies. And there's people who have grown strains to have all these different properties that have different physical effects.
Lou was growing these plants, and he had a microscope.
Yeah.
I was like, what is a microscope for? And he's like, well, you have to look at the resin as it forms on these. And he had notebooks full of notes about like growing plants. They were really pretty. I mean,
it's crazy times.
Yeah.
High times?
High times.
That was a magazine, right?
It was. Had a centerfold and everything.
Yeah.
Like, whoa, look at
that bud.
Yeah.
So,
On that note, Josh, before we confess to any crimes.
If you're a bud tender and you work for someone named Bud, that makes you Bud's bud tender?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
And there's the title for the show. Okay.
Bud's bud tender. That will conclude this episode of Paul's Security Weekly. Sven will be coming up next. I'm sorry. We're not concluding pre-recorded segment with Sven coming up next. Stay tuned. Every 11 seconds, there's a new ransomware attack. Oil pipelines, universities, corporations, all paying millions of dollars. Barracuda says, don't pay the ransom. Before a ransomware attack occurs, train your teams to recognize an attack and use anti-phishing technology. Protect your applications, and they can't get onto your network. Simple backup and restore solutions quickly recover your data without paying the ransom. Build your ransomware protection plan now by visiting securityweekly.com/Barracuda. That's securityweekly.com/Barracuda. Welcome back, everyone, to Paul's Security Weekly. If you have a guest suggestion or topic suggestion you'd like us to cover on one of the shows, submit your suggestions for guests by visiting securityweekly.com/guest and complete the form. We review those suggestions on a regular basis and reach out once they are reviewed. This segment is sponsored by Netsparker by Invicti Security. Please visit securityweekly.com/Invicti to learn more. Certainly no stranger to the show, the Security Weekly Network, is Mr. Sven Morgenroth, security researcher at Netsparker by Invicti, will deliver a technical segment this evening on authentication vulnerabilities. Sven, welcome back to the show.
Thank you very much for having me. It's always fun to be here.
Yes, always nice to have you. My voice is not warmed up yet, in case you couldn't tell from that introduction.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, it's good to have you here, and I love this class of vulnerabilities. You know, I did a lot of research on IoT devices back before we called them IoT devices. We called them embedded systems, and typically the web server, web application stack on those, even still today, is pretty atrocious in most of those style devices. And authentication bypass was one of my favorite class of vulnerabilities and authentication issues in general, right? To keep in my back pocket, because it translates any vulnerability you find in the web application that might be authenticated now means that can be unauthenticated. So it opens up this kind of Pandora's box of vulnerabilities, which is why, from an attacker's perspective, I love this class of vulnerabilities.
Yeah, right. You're completely right. Like they were or even are still very prevalent in these devices, especially since they are like so. They use some very outdated libraries and so on, and therefore they are as you said, pretty atrocious if it comes to security in general.
True.
After you've bypassed authentication, I would imagine there's a lot to do afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
I will share my screen with you to show you a little presentation I prepared. All right. So I've called this presentation Auth Vulnerabilities because it's easier than remembering authorization and authentication. They are somewhat confusing because they sound so similar, but they mean different things. So let's see what authentication means. It's the process or action of verifying the identity of a user process, according to the dictionary. For authorization, it's like not very doesn't say much. It just says the act of authorizing, according to Merriam-Webster. So let's take a closer look at what these concepts are and what they mean. So simply put, with authentication, you prove your identity, in our case, to a web application. Most often this is done with a username and password, and also with API keys. And so you basically prove that you are who you say you are. Authorization, on the other hand, involves verifying that you're permitted to carry out an action or access a certain resource. Usually there are different roles involved, for example, user, author, admin, and so on. And access can be granted or denied, and it may even involve access to certain sub-resources, like not denying the access to user data, but denying the access to the home address only, for example. And there are different issues that may arise because it's not straightforward to implement proper access control. Often different systems are connected with each other. It's hard to get access control right in different contexts, and the issues affecting Auth sometimes aren't obvious for each developer working on different parts of the same system. But also sometimes authentication and authorization are an afterthought in the development process, because often the goal is to quickly deliver a website or product, and authentication and authorization can be annoying during the development process.
Yeah, and just to speak to that from experience, Sven, when I was, would do web development, and there's some really like bad ways in which these frameworks and languages implement this, and I think that's also a developer decision. In other words, in like a small application, you may have to put a statement above a particular user function or like a template for the application. In other words, like, here's this page, I want you to render this page. There's all kinds of functionality behind it, but to render this page, I put at the top of that, like, you should be an admin, right? And it's up to the developer to kind of make that decision of, okay, when I write this functionality, do I require admin access or not? And then, like you said, you get larger teams, and if it's left up to those kind of decisions as to like which functionality should have this role or not, that can be disastrous, right? And that is not the right way to do it. I'm sure there's much better methods and strategies for applying the role-based access control basically inside your application that is not so error-prone and user error-prone, right?
Yeah, right. Like, I think the most important aspect of it is that you shouldn't just do it on the fly. Like, deciding on the spot, yeah, this may contain sensitive data, I only want this to be accessible for an admin, but rather plan ahead before you actually write your code, and get a proper plan of what you actually want to protect, which data you deem sensitive, and then before you even write the first line of code, you should be absolutely certain who should be able to access the data, and then test it accordingly.
Yep, agreed.
So I prepared a few examples of real-world authentication bypasses. Some are generic, some are about specific vulnerabilities in specific software or websites. The first authentication bypass example that came to my mind was a generic one, basically type juggling, because I've dealt with that in the past, and it's always like a very easy issue to spot when you know what you're looking for, but it's also very hard to prevent if you are not careful enough and maybe forget to write an additional equal sign and so on. So what this is basically a technical vulnerability leading to authentication bypasses. And it's seen in loosely typed languages such as JavaScript and PHP. And it can be abused where type conversions happen during security critical comparisons in your auth code. One example would be to loosely compare a password from a database to password in user input, and based on that log the user in. In this example that you can see here if you're watching the show, I've used a JSON decoded, an input variable that was coming from a JSON decoded post body. And if we were to pass a JSON object that, for example, has the username admin and the password is just set to the Boolean true, the above check will pass, and then you will be logged in as an admin user.
Yeah, I was thinking that if you pass an integer and it compares an integer to a string, can that also evaluate to true in some languages?
Yeah, it can, especially in PHP. It's very confusing.
Yes,
and very counterintuitive.
You did a segment on that like years ago. It was awesome. Yeah, so you can go dig that up in the archives. I think if you search for type juggling, you'll find it.
Yeah, right. It was like if you have a string that doesn't have any number in front of it, like for example, the simple string hello. And compared to a number, it will automatically convert the string hello to 0 and then compare it. And if there was a number like 1, if it had a number in front like 1 hello, it would basically compare to the number 1 in that case. Just would completely ignore anything after the initial number. For this specific example, for the type juggling example that I just showed, it would also be better to just hash the passwords and use a proper comparison function, which is always recommended. All right, the second example is a little bit more specific. It's about vulnerability in Oracle WebLogic, which was also an auth bypass. And in 2020, researchers discovered an authentication bypass in WebLogic. It allowed an attacker to bypass authentication and access the admin panel. And the issue was in the way that WebLogic normalized links and checked whether authentication was necessary to access a certain resource. In that case, the whole path that you had to type in order to access the admin panel unauthenticated can be seen here. It's /console /images %2e %2f console.portal, which is the endpoint that the admin panel is in. Like it's in the console.portal endpoint. And this %2e is an URL URL encoded dot, and the %2f is an URL encoded /. So the console images directory that you can see in front of the payload is a static resource. It contains static resources like images. And the admin panel, as I said, is like on /console /console.portal. And first, before it does anything else, WebLogic will check the link and see if there is like a static directory, in this case, console images. And in this case, it will think that there's a file with like the encoded /console.portal and doesn't like contain any directory traversal whatsoever. And therefore, it assumes that there's no redirect to the login page necessary, and the URL can be accessed without authentication. However, later in the code, the URL encoded characters get decoded again, and the path is normalized. In that case, it will just decode the .. that we have in here, and will traverse out of the images directory back into the console directory, and then use console.portal. So due to that normalization internally, WebLogic will then route to console /console.portal and lets you be an admin without authentication, basically.
Awesome.
Then there's another generic one, which are secondary context issues. I also briefly talked about them in the last segment about GraphQL vulnerabilities. And often web pages and APIs communicate with microservices that handle certain tasks or certain parts of your application. And for this example, let's assume that we have a front-end API and a simple microservice with a REST API in the backend. So usually there is authentication between the API and the microservice, or it is behind a firewall just so that not any random user can find the server and then issue requests. It must be only coming from the API front end and going to the backend microservice. And usually, you will take care that it is not exposed to the internet. However, more often than not, the user auth is handled only on the API server, and you kind of lose the user context when the API talks to the microservice. So there's not really any authorization or any knowledge about which user queries what on the backend. It's just they are coming from the API server, and it assumes that that it is trustworthy and that the API server takes care of all the necessary authorization stuff. However, let's take a look at this example. We have a front-end URL API v1 get movies, which has a post body with the year the movie came out, which is 2021 in this example. And the backend URL that will be queried by the API server is /API/v1/get movie by year and then /2021. If you are not correctly sanitizing the user input, you can use the following post body on the user-facing API, which is just the year, which is not 2021 anymore, but / get all private messages. So what the API server will do now is trying to send that request exactly as it is and place the get all private messages behind the get movies by year path, which will then be normalized to API v1 get all private messages. And therefore, just by introducing this path traversal character sequence, you will break out of the context that you were initially in, and you will get all private messages, and therefore bypass the authorization.
Now, in that example, Sven, you would need access to the source code and or what those API messages are to know what the value should be for your malicious request, correct?
Yeah, right. That is certainly true for a vast majority of the APIs out there. Mm-hmm. But you can also kind of guess it. Mm-hmm. You can guess that there will be an endpoint that is maybe called /user or /status or something along those lines, and then you can kind of try to brute force your way in and check if you hit any valid API endpoint that way.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's get to the fourth example, which is also again a generic one and was not it can happen in all kinds of applications. So it is about GraphQL auth issues, and authorization in GraphQL is generally not very straightforward. You may have different mutations or queries delivering the same type of data back to you. For example, let's say admins may call the get user by ID query and with an ID of 123, for example, just to query a specific user. And it will contain the home address because it's the admin who calls that endpoint and who will be authorized to use the to view that data. However, if you are not a user with an admin role and use the same query, you will only receive an empty string where the address should be. Now, when the developers do authorization checks the wrong way, they can easily introduce a bug where a call to a function like get all users will return the full address and the response, even if the user, if the issuer of that request is not an admin. And that happens just by forgetting to add an authorization check to see whether the user is allowed to get the address data. As you see, it is these are two separate functions, basically get user by ID and get all users. One of them will return a single user object, and the other one will return multiple user objects of all users.
That's the scenario I was describing earlier. In like Python Flask, for example, there's like an @require_admin, for example, above your access method, that would require admin to access that function or API call. If a developer forgets to put that in there, right, that means anyone can call that particular API call or function or method or whatever.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. That is the way you've seen it, like in older applications, especially. If you're like checking any, for example, when I did like source code analysis of PHP code, I often found like a /admin folder full with PHP files, and on each file on top there was like if the user is not admin, then just return or just show an error message.
Right.
And that's actually not the way that is like ideal to handle authorization or authentication in general. It should not be like a law by default and then just deny everything if you put the right function call on top of your file. It should just be the other way around, and you should be able to allow users to access data and disallow it for everybody else by default. That's just how it should be ideally. Even though, like as I said, in some frameworks, it's not really possible to do it without probably adding some other frameworks on top of it, or like writing your own solution and stuff. All right. Then there was another vulnerability. This one is not really generic. Like, it's a generic one that can happen in all kinds of applications, but it is a very specific example of something I found a few years ago. It's about the Mayan support help desk, and Mayan support is an application written in PHP. And like the front end part of the application made heavy use of API calls. They would use some client-side code to basically build the page. It wasn't really a full SPA, I think, a full single-page application, but it was like using these XHR calls heavily. And there were some authorization checks in place, but the issue is that they were mostly client-side or maybe not correctly enforced on the server side due to a bug. I'm not sure anymore. But that meant that even though some endpoints were hidden from the interface, it was still possible to call the respective API. The way this works, if I remember it correctly, was that you would be authenticated and had your had a list of but basically some navigation list where you could like go and then carry out different actions like change your username or like make a post or like answer a ticket or something like that. And if you were not having the right privileges, that navigation point wouldn't be there anymore. Like there wasn't a link to a site that would query the API, but it was still possible to like do it manually with your own like JavaScript code or like just from your PC if you would use curl or something like that and just query the API directly. And exploiting this was simply a matter of figuring out the right API endpoints. As you said before, that's not always straightforward. However, this was some open source software, if I remember correctly. So you could just simply install it and then check which requests were sent, or you could basically do it by auditing the source code and then get the right API endpoints that way. There's also a post about this bug on the Netsparker blog, so if you want to know more about it, you can just check it out there. Then there's a very generic one as well, because it's just there are specific examples about this, but then it is like a little bit easier to explain the general like cause of the vulnerability in like more general terms. In certain situations, access tokens may leak due to client-side issues. And a good example of that are issues within the login flow of SSO, so single sign-on solutions. This is a very common bug if you implement some single sign-on server or something along those lines yourself. And if configured incorrectly, an attacker might be able to steal tokens necessarily to authenticate against an application. And often this works by sending a user login link with a malicious redirect URL. And the way this usually works is either it contains an attacker-controlled domain, if there's no check whatsoever about the domain that is in the redirect URL, or you somehow find an open redirect on a whitelisted site that can be redirected to, and that will just instruct the browser of the user to visit the attacker's website. And he can then read the access tokens in his access logs, either directly via the URL or through the referrer header, if that is permitted and not
this one's interesting because it extends out to your infrastructure security as well. Meaning, if I've got some big domain, example.com, and I've got some subdomains off of that, and those subdomains are unpatched or misconfigured, Apache or Nginx servers that allow redirects, that can be used in this attack to basically steal the user's cookies, correct?
Yeah, that's right. That's correct. There might be very generic redirects, as you said, from that are due to rewrite rules that were not written correctly, or through other means like through application level open redirect issues, something along those lines. And if you have an issue like that, then an attacker might steal your tokens that way. All right. Then back to a very specific one. There was an authentication bypass on auth.uber.com via subdomain takeover that was found by Arnes Sven. And as it is exactly like you said, like if you don't have full control over your infrastructure and don't maybe have some unpatched servers or subdomain takeover issues in them, then that can lead to auth bypasses as well. In this specific case, it's an issue that Uber fixed in their website, and it was reported in 2017. And the issue was that there was a subdomain takeover. So basically, one of the subdomains of Uber.com was pointing to CloudFront. And this subdomain was not really linked to CloudFront in any way by Uber. Maybe they had it there before but deleted it. And then Arnes Sven was able to claim the affected domain name there by himself. And the issue was that for the login flow, Uber briefly set a session token, which was scoped to all of Uber's subdomains, including the one that he controlled. And therefore, it was really easy for him to get the access token. And he could redirect the user to stolen subdomain. And therefore, the cookie would be sent to his website, and he was able to take over the account just by stealing the session token there. So speaking of token theft, there's also a very generic issue that sometimes happens. And due to coding errors, it's possible that password reset tokens leak through various means. There have been some issues reportedly with reset tokens being returned as a result of calling an API endpoint that is responsible for generating them. For example, if you just have an endpoint like API v1 generate reset token, and alice@example.com, the application might just return the token in the response. This might happen because maybe the API is also used internally by another service and needs to know the generated access, the generated reset token, and is querying the same endpoint that a normal user would use there. Or it may just be an issue of coding, of a coding error, and not really thinking about the fact that the token should be sensitive and not exposed to the user. And there's a last example about authentication bypasses, authorization bypasses, and that's a very generic one, which is a difference in passing paths. You may encounter an endpoint that returns a 4 or 3 forbidden HTTP error. For example, you may have configured your reverse proxy to disallow access to backup.zip. So maybe your application creates this, or maybe you have a cron job running that will make a backup of your entire website's code and then put it into that backup.zip file in the web root, but you don't want anyone to access it. Like, that's very extremely bad practice, but maybe that is something that developers might do. And sometimes access is just denied due to a proxy server configuration. So you say if someone tries to access the backup file in the root directory, just return a 403 error. Now, however, an attacker might be able to trick the proxy server just by changing the path, which is very similar to the WebLogic issue we talked about before. It will change the path to some encoded dot character with the backup.zip file. And this obviously does not match /backup.zip anymore, and therefore it might be blocked by the proxy server. Now, when issuing the request to the backend server, the /./backup.zip will be normalized again to just /backup.zip, and the content of the file is being shown. Now there are solutions to this problem as well, of course. As I briefly mentioned, one of the key factors of successful access control is planning. And this includes all relevant services and domains in your. So yeah, you should include all relevant services and domains in your assessment. You should constantly monitor whether your access controls are still in place, because there may be bugs, or like you remove the access control while you develop your application and just forgot to comment the specific instruction out again, or like to put it back in. You have to ensure that you have complete control over critical third-party infrastructure that may be abused to break auth, like in the example about the subdomain takeover, for example. Or as you mentioned about maybe outdated server software or software in general that may have vulnerabilities that allow an attacker to do stuff that they shouldn't be allowed to do. You should audit the code responsible for auth and keep common pitfalls in mind, such as type juggling. Like maybe you wrote like the comparison with the 2 equal signs in a hurry, and then just never looked back into your auth functionality for the next year, since you're done with it and it works for your project. But yeah, you should probably re-audit your code and check whether there are issues with it. And you should keep your access control logic as close to the application code as possible. Ideally, you don't use proxy servers for denying access to resources, but rather like make sure that the resource isn't there, or maybe if it is like an admin endpoint, you ensure that you have the proper authentication and authorization on your application and not somewhere on the proxy server.
Yeah, I think, Sven, having really well-written unit tests for many of these scenarios, and likely many of those tests will be specific to your application. However, I think there's a generic, kind of set of credentials that you could test for in like scenarios. In other words, try a username with a blank password, right? Try a username with just a number as the password. And having that baked into your unit tests is a really great thing to have for your application, because as we all know, code changes. People and developers rather make changes to the code all the time. And if they accidentally, back out of control or make a mistake, you want your unit tests to be testing for that really kind of rich and robust set of authentication and authentication bypass and authorization kind of issues. I think that kind of goes understated when we talk about this topic, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like in the past, there have been multiple issues where you were able to just log in without any password, and nobody really bothered to check it before it happened.
Right. It happened to me. That happened to me. I made a code change, made a mistake, and I was like, "Oh, I forgot to put that back. Oops."
Yeah. I mean, it can happen to anyone, even if you're well aware of what you should look for. Sometimes you just write your code and maybe you're not fully focused on the task, and maybe forget to put it back in, or you don't, or you have an if statement with many conditions in it, and then sometimes that leads to a condition where just your username is enough to log you in without supplying any password. That's also happened very often in the past for many applications.
Yeah, the users typically won't find these issues, right? Because it's granting access, not taking it away. So the user's like, oh, everything works great, right? So you won't find these typically in a human QA process unless they have a really good script to test for the exceptions. But when you roll out to production, your users aren't going to find I put a username in and blank password and I still was able to log in. They're going to enter their password and they're like, oh, I'm logged in. Cool, right? So I think it's important to have this baked into your unit testing.
Exactly. Yeah, I fully agree on that. All right, that was my presentation. Do you have any more questions?
No, it was great. Sven, as always, it's wonderful having you on the show. I want to remind people to visit securityweekly.com/Invicti to learn more. That will conclude our show for this evening. Thanks, everyone, for listening and watching. Over and out.